Hello everyone, this is Rex Red. I am back with another Daz Studio tutorial today. And last night, after broadcasting for 4 hours, I had another breakthrough. I have been working with Blender, trying to learn to do the same kinds of things with Blender that I did in the last video with Hexagon. And you see, Blender has much better tools. I did take you into Blender in the last video and show you the tools that Blender has for working with smoothing geometry. But I did not know how to get the figure out of Blender and back to Daz, or get the morph back. Well, this is what we're going to find a character. We're going to use Genesis 9. We're going to find a figure and put them in the scene. I haven't decided what to do yet, but we'll go with a figure and bring them in. Now, why is this so important, and why would you want to learn to use? Okay, I'm not going to use. Don't think I'm going to use this figure right now. I think there are problems with this figure. So we're going to use Nathan today. And we can use an HD figure. I don't think it matters. So we're going to use Nathan. We're going to put Nathan into the scene. Now, if you are proficient with Daz, like you can get yourself pretty much around in Daz. It is not that much of a learning curve to learn Blender. Yes, it might take you a week or 2 weeks to learn it, okay? And then you go away from it and you come back and you kind of like have forgotten everything. But then you refresh yourself, go watch some more videos and get it kind of back in your head, and it starts to stick. And it starts to kind of like become, you know, like a second language. And it's not, and you know, I'm old. I'm almost 60 years old, and I just learned Blender. I years ago did a little bit of work in Blender, but not like job kind of Blender, like, you know, a few days or I kind of played around with Blender. And then I stopped and then I decided I wanted to learn. So I kind of put like a week and a half into Blender, into learning Blender. And then I kind of lost it. And then I started again and picked it. And now I feel like I'm not going to forget things and important things. You have to be able to get around in Blender and move your objects, rotate your objects, do all kinds of stuff like that. And so so this is what you can do. Those things are not that hard to learn and get a kind of handle on them. And so, okay, so we're going to go out of iRay. This is Nathan. Now what we're going to do, the first example that we're going to use is I think what we'll do is something kind of big, okay? Like we'll put some. I just don't want to do something I've already done, you know, with this. So, and it's going to take a while to do this, okay? So these things take a while to do, and that's why I do these live, because I want people to know that it's not something, well, if you want to learn to do something really quick, I'm going to try to do that, show you. But now we're going to try and find a piece of clothing here. And let's use like a gown, night. Let's use a nighty, or I don't think I can. I don't think nighty. All right, maybe I can find something night that looks like a nightgown by just putting night in. That's not working. Night shirt. About gown and something Victorian night clothes gown. Let's go to this and see what it is. Yeah, okay, this is exactly what I was looking for. So we're going to now we're going to auto fit this. So gown, what's the difference here? This one is for Genesis 8. That one's for Genesis 8. Night clothes, gown, out. Okay, that's the outfit. We just want the gown. Okay, keep it simple. So we're going to auto fit this to him. This is Genesis 8, male, and we're fitting it to, and it says dress, long, loose template. Let's be, okay. Base, long, tight template. We'll go with the tight template. So it hugs around his shoulders. Okay. So we're going to get him into, I just want to show you how useful this is for lots of things. So we get the gown on him, and then we put him in a pose, and then we use a little bit of mesh grabber to kind of get the gown to fit around his pose roughly, and then we use dForce, and then we go and fix the rest of the problems. And now, is this supposed to have this weird looking V shape? Now this is dForce, so everything about this is kind of working well. So far, other than I just really don't like the way this V shape is going, but maybe I can just pull that apart with mesh grabber. So we're going to put him in some kind of pose now, standing pose, like so. I'm going to try to go as quickly as I can, so you don't feel like you're kind of wasting your time here watching me edit little teeny pieces and stuff. So poses, we go over here to files and poses. And we are looking for a standing pose. We'll filter by context, select Nathan, and go back to poses. It's just decided to switch me, okay, to function. Get rid of the word gown now. And we'll save this as save as scene Nathan Nighty. Okay, Nathan 90, okay. And so we're looking for a standing pose by function. Oh, it's saving. Okay, by function, standing. Oh, this is so frustrating how this has to keep rereading itself. Standing. Okay. So we want this pose, okay, because I want his arm up in the air. And I want it up in a weird position, okay? So see this mess here? Okay? That's what we want to do, and we also have this mess, okay? Now, we're going to hope, now the thing is his leg isn't at least coming through this is just atrocious looking, okay? So his leg, we could do just a little bit of work with mesh grabber, I guess, to kind of, but what we're going to do first is run a simulation we're going to keep him in this pose, and we're going to simulate the clothing, and maybe this will kind of repair a tiny bit, okay? So we go here to our, I'm kind of showing you the pattern of the way you would work in a scene to make simulation settings, initialization turn off so it doesn't go with your start bones, so it simulates the pose from his current position rather than the position he started out with, okay? And then we're going to go to just simply to simulate, okay? And we're going to let this simulate. It should start draping off of him. And I don't think a lot of these problems that we're seeing with this are going to fix themselves, okay? See, I don't see this fixing itself kind of at all. So we're just kind of stuck with the way it's going to work, and that's going to be it. And why it's glued together like that in the front, I don't know, but we're going to fix this, okay? This obviously is our triangulation problem, okay? And this is what, and this, so this is a horrid example of triangulation, okay? And clothing that is like pinned to him. So you basically would, with this kind of problem, you'd say, I just can't really do this because of this problem. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move his head out of the way. We're going to select his lower neck. And we're going to do a little bit of, this is 3D work, okay? We're going to do as much of this work as we can do in Daz, okay? So we're going to go to parameters, and I'm just going to move his head side to side out of the way, which didn't kind of work. And so we're going to select his neck up and get that out of the way this way. Well, that kind of worked. I don't care, just as long as its head's out of the way. Now what I'm going to do is kind of push this cloth back. Okay, we're going to go with tool settings, mesh grabber. We're going to select our gown. Go to mesh grabber, and we're going to click this and make it a little bit larger. Let's say 9. And we'll select the tippy tip here. We're going to just push this back so that it simulates like that his head would be pushing it back. Okay? And we have to be very careful here. Okay, let's go to 7 and push this back. Okay? So it looks kind of natural, like his head is pushing it back. Okay, and this right here, and then we'll test it out a little bit. We're going to pull this out a little bit, and we'll see if his head now looks natural, like it's pushing that fabric back. Now, could we try and alleviate some of this problem with mesh grabber? Probably we could, just to kind of bring some of this fabric down here a little bit. And could we bring some of this up? Will it let us? Because, you know, that's what fabric would do, but it's not doing that for us. It's okay, so we're going to make this like 12, and we're going to take the big chunk of this. Okay, let's go back here, make sure we have Nathan selected. Let's take a big chunk of this, just kind of move it down. We'll help Blender a little bit with this project, so that now we're going to go in here and we're going to pull some of this down too. Excuse. I just had breakfast, and so I get a little croupy when I've had breakfast. Okay, select this. I don't know how much more I want to drag this, but we're going to just try, okay? We'll fix this all in Blender, but now we can bring his head back. Okay. Now let's get out of Mesh Grabber. I think we're done with what I want to use Mesh Grabber for. And we're going to, Blender will smooth and heal all of this, hopefully. So now we're going to select our lower neck, go back to parameters, and bring it back to a reasonable place. Yes, see how that works. And the neck 2, we bring this back some more, and okay, so I know it's not the best pose. I picked this pose because I wanted to have this kind of problem to occur. And this will happen with Genesis, not all Genesis 9 clothing, but a lot of it will happen with. It all depends on if they build these morphs into the clothing and how they build the clothing. So now, last night I did some videos on pants, and the pants that I used, some of the pants that I used had some terrible problems, and I just kind of switched to other pants. Then last night I went and loaded a bunch of pants with that same pose, with his legs spread out like he was sitting in a chair, kind of like in a manly kind of pose, and I found that Daz, especially Daz Studio themselves, they've made some really nice pants models that do conform when they have their legs. Just put them on and they work just fine. So it really kind of depends on which artist makes them and how much work they put into them, and of course that is going to be reflected. Now this little piece here that's kind of sticking out, we're going to fix that in Blender, okay? Hopefully we'll be able to fix that. We're going to be able to smooth all of this out and fix this in Blender, then bring it back. Okay, now where his hair is going to go, if he has hair, I don't know, but I can always move his neck a little bit further away to make room for his hair. So now I am not going to go into how to set up Diffeomorphic in Daz and Blender, and how I will show you the settings you use to export, okay? But I'm not going to set it up. You have to look at other videos on YouTube to that very clearly. There are some videos that walk you through every tiny little step to I will just say that the last step of setting up Diffeomorphic is where you're supposed to put, where it says this here, it says save as, and I'm not sure, it's supposed to be here, send to Diffeomorphic to Blender, and there's supposed to be an icon up here somewhere that in your file menu that allows you to save your Diffeomorphic another file. You save as a DUF file, and then you save it as another file, and that didn't work with for my setup, maybe because I had Diffeomorphic on previously. So I just moved, I just made it says export to Blender, and now there I don't see anything here. Export, okay, yeah, this is the export to Blender. This doesn't seem to work. Okay, so what we're going to do now is save as scene, and I'm going to save this in my Diffeomorphic file. Okay, this is going to be called Nathan. Okay, so the first thing you have to do to export this to Blender is you have to save the DUF file, and you have to know where you saved it. So you just save your project and pay attention, be aware of where you saved this DUF file, because you're going to have to go to it on your hard drive. Okay, so save that. Okay, now the other thing, let's see if this works. It didn't work before. It was export to Blender. And see, when I click this, nothing happens. Okay, so it just doesn't. So it may be because I had an older version of Blender on my computer. So what I did was I just added it to my favorites. That's something you can do by going into and finding this export to Blender icon, clicking on it, and adding it as an asset or something to your favorites. Okay, so we're going to click on this, and this one works. Okay, and it comes up with the name already because they have to have the same name. So we're going to have Nathan 90, and then we're going to have Nathan 90 DBZ. Okay, and you don't have to worry about, just make sure they're both in the same folder and that they both have the same name, and and that you know where they are. And that's that. Okay, so we're going to save that. Now we're going to, and it pops up and says, okay, it's been saved. And you don't have to worry about what you have clicked on here, because it's going to do everything in your scene. Okay, so now we're going to go here to we're not going to be exporting Nathan and the 90 and all of that and the sky and the atmosphere and all that back into Daz Studio. All we're going to be doing is exporting the morph, and we're going to be exporting all of that, but we're just going to be grabbing the morph out of that export, out of that LFO file. Okay, is it LW LTW, or I think lightwave file, LW, okay, something like that, I forget now. Okay, so I'm going to open up Blender now, launching Blender. I hope this isn't a new version of Blender, because it said downloading. Okay, because Steam is known for giving me new versions of Blender. So now we are going to go right click on this collection and just delete everything in the scene. And then we're going to go here. It's very easy. Once you have Blender set up, you can see how quickly it takes me to just bring this file in. So I'm going to look and go to my Diffeomorphic. I keep it in my bookmarks here. And we're going to find Nathan 90 and .duff. And we're going to bring that, import it into Blender. And here it is. Very good. And all right, so it just kind of messed with my render settings, but I'm not going to render this in Blender anyway. Okay, so what we're going to do now, what I need to be able to do, as you can see, there's some poke through and all, but everything came in properly. Everything looks like it's in the proper position. Now there is a file here. Now what I'm going to do is we're going to be in this viewport shading mode. But what you want to do is, it looks like an eclipse happening here, like a solar or lunar eclipse kind of thing happening. And what you do is you click this little caret or this drop down arrow and click on wireframe. And what that does is it gives us wireframe at the same time as our texture shaded, which makes it very easy to see kind of what we're doing. If it was all wireframe like this, it would be a mess, a disaster. But once you click that, It's like you are gold and we are ready to take and work on this, okay? So now we're going to go down into here. This all very important, all important nighty here. Okay, night clothes, and we're going to click the caret here until we get to the night clothes that has this triangle on it, okay? That's what we need to have selected. So you click on that until it's highlighted. And then we come over to this object mode and click sculpt mode, okay? And then we have these magic tools, okay? And these tools are so magic. Now, something like this can be fixed in I'm not worried about poke through like this. I can just easily fix this in Daz Studio with Mesh Grabber. The problem we have here that you can't fix in Mesh Grabber is this, and this, all this distortion here. You can't fix in with Mesh Grabber. You can try, but it would take you 20 hours, okay, to fix each, to go in, and you'd have to move each little triangle and move all this around. But I'm going to show you how nice it is here. Now we're going to make our strength a little bit large, our radius a little bit larger. How I can just come through here and just heal this whole area here, okay, so that it's correct. And we're going to heal that in there. Okay, look at that. See how quickly I can get this done. And you could just imagine now there are going to be some issues, so that's why we're doing this. But as you can see, the more I use this, the more it just kind of puts the geometry where it's supposed to be. It's not where it's supposed to be. It just kind of relaxes the geometry so that it's not all messed up. This is the same thing here, where it just relaxes the geometry so that you don't have big spaces and little spaces, that all the spaces seem to flow properly, okay, as you come through. And in here, and I'd even like to smoothen this out a little bit so it doesn't look like he has, this was probably repurposed from a female. Okay, now we got all kinds of weird things going on under this arm too. Okay, and I may not be able to fix everything here, but notice how it heals this, because there's some kind of seam here maybe. Now I'm going to undo that. I want some of this. Don't take so much. No, don't take out all of these. Just the little small parts, but don't take all these like lines and out because they will they add to the realism of the cloth, okay? So we can see this is almost done enough where I could, now you want to get rid of that V there, okay? This is the V problem. So we get rid of that. And now we're going to heal this up. Look at that. See how that just all of a sudden fixes this area. So this is the way to do it. It's not Hexagon. Unfortunately, it would be Hexagon. Now, I told you I was going to fix that problem in Mesh Grabber, and it's fixed. Okay? Look at this. So now I need to pull on this a little bit. And so we're going to use this pull. And I think I've got to kind of get this the right. Which one is pull? There it is. Pull. Pull. Very gently pull that out. We have to pull this out. Pull it out here. Okay, now we're going to do a little bit more. See, we have some problems here with this. So we're going to go into smooth this. This looks a little kind of bumpy. Now, I think my brush is too wide now, but I'm going to come back in here just a little bit and kind of give it another little go at this here. This area. See that? Look at this. See, this is all working so nicely. Okay? All right. So, now we have another part here. We're going to pull this out. So we're going to go here to our grab and pull this out. Oops, I have to turn it sideways if I want to pull it back. And you have to start at the bottom here. And pull just ever so gently at it. Okay. And we're going to pull this out a little more. See, the fabric was made very well by the artist who made it. It just needs to be conformed to your. So we're pulling this out, okay? And then we're going, and what we're doing is we're creating more deformations, okay, with this geometry. But once we get it out where we want it to be, then we can smooth our deformations out a little bit more, like this. See how we just then kind of bring, and it heals this fabric, brings it all into so it kind of makes the geometry equalize. This is beautiful. Now we have something happening here where it looks like a piece is coming in through another piece, and I don't believe really that's the way it's supposed to look. So we could try pulling this out, but if you notice when I pull that out, it pulls this piece out. So they're connected, okay? We're not going to be able to do anything with that. And we'll do a little bit here, make that look. So now let's zoom out a little bit and take a look at our geometry. Now this looks a little bit weird here, where it needs to be. Oops. Well, I've got pull on. ZZ. Okay, so we're going to use a little bit of this smoothing here to just kind of blend that in a little bit. We're going to try to fix some of this so it looks a little bit more. We can bring this up a little bit. And now what we have, and we have a little bit of something still left here. Okay, a little bit of something there. Now, every once in a while, they'll put folds in material. You don't want to take those out, okay? This is a fold that somebody worked very hard to pinch that fabric and make that fold. Don't take that out. It's part of the realism, okay? You can, and this looks like another pinch right here. Don't take that out. That's part that demarcates like the center of the gown. Now we've got a little bit of something happening here where it doesn't look like the collar is right. And now we've got another part here where it's not. We're going to pull on this a little bit. Pull. Now I don't dare do anything with this collar. Okay? I don't dare. Let's see if I make my brush a little smaller. I just don't dare do too much with it because it seems like it's just messed up, chronically messed up. We're going to pull it out a little bit, turn this way. Oh, we have to pull it up. And I just don't think I can do too much with this to fix that collar. Okay, the collar is just that way. Now you don't want to pull things up too much because it's just going to look like a big bulge in your fabric. Now I could take this smoothing tool. I think I can fix this by getting this like that and then pulling that fabric up, which would be with this grab tool. Okay, I want to pull it away. You can't do everything from one angle. You have to think about it like now I want to kind of turn this sideways, like twist it, but and like I said, I don't think I'm going to be able to do everything here. That is how I'm going to leave this, okay? Now, if you think about the way it was and the way it is now, what I can do is I can hide him briefly. That didn't work. Where's Nathan? Mesh. Okay. And we'll hide his mouth, his eyes, eyelash, his tear. And it didn't work. I think it's because there's all kinds of stuff down in here. And the fiber eyebrows. So I think that's enough for me to scoot in here and see what's up in here. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take this here and we're going to fix this a little bit here. Fix this. Just kind of smooth its little touches. Okay. And we're going to do a little bit in here where I dragged all this and kind of made it look. We're going to just try and smoothen that out a little bit. Happy trees. Okay, I think this is it. Now, this is what I would call a radical, a piece that is incredibly deformed, okay? It's not your normal kind of piece. It's a piece that is deformed a lot. And so I've taken you in and shown you an example of a very malformed piece. Now, if you notice in here, when the squares start to get big in the fabric, then the pattern that's sitting on top of the squares, that's going to get big as well. So if you've got like little flowers here, those little flowers are going to be stretched that are on the pattern that's on top of the nightgown. They're going to get stretched, and so you don't want that to happen. So I'm just checking to see if I hope my thing isn't set to private here. No, we're public. Okay. So here we go. So now we have this nightgown. And we go here. And this is of the two videos, of the video I made last night and the video today, this is the one to learn to use. This is the process I recommend using to fix the deformation of clothing in Daz Studio. Now, if you notice, if you miss something, you're going to be unhappy because then it means you got to bring it back in and fix it, and you're not going to want to do that. Okay, so it's not fun to have to come back in and fix stuff. So make sure you get it the way you want it. Now this collar is just, I can't seem to, I'm not really sure how to fix the collar, and I don't dare do much with it. Okay, I don't think the collar has its own color. I think it may have slightly different pattern than the gown itself, but I'm just not going to worry about it, because sometimes a collar gets eaten up in a gown when you have your arm in such a strange pose like that. Let's turn everything back on. Okay. And let's go back down to here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to select the Victorian night clothes. I may be able to just, because all I want now, okay, I'm noticing something weird here. What's this? I guess Z. I guess that's, I don't know what those are, but they look like some kind of pinch in the fabric. And let's pull that out a little bit. It's very important. This is going to be the part where you get to really form the way it's going to kind of look. Okay, it's the way it's going to look. And if you have problems when you go into, you shouldn't have any problems. Now we got a little bit of something here. And there's a little bit of something there. Oops, I have the wrong brush here. Okay. Now what we're going to do is get our grab brush. As you can see, the brushes that I use the most is this smooth brush and the grab brush. Those are the only two brushes I've used actually in this whole thing, is the grab. You just grab it and drag. But you make sure you notice how I turned it so that you're at the right angle to grab it. Okay, so that you can pull it away. And you can't pull it away if you're at this angle. How do you pull it back? But if you turn at this angle, then you can grab it and pull it out. You see? So that's how that works. Now we're going to look, just double check around here. Now we got another little speck there where it's coming through. We're going to make sure. Now look at this. See this little anomaly? This will show in the pattern. If you don't fix these parts, they will show. Now watch how this is just gone once I click on this, and it's going to be, just keep working at it until it's smooth. Okay? And now it doesn't have to completely conform to their body. Okay, you want it to hang a little bit. Now see, this wasn't natural in here. And now it's kind of conforming properly. That's just it's stretching the fabric in the right way. Now I'm going to leave that little tip there. That may have been purposely added into the geometry, because you notice how, you notice how there's an intersection here. It's like a three-way road. Okay, now you can grab that one little spot and you can move it up. Well, see, I'm in the smooth tool. You can grab it with this here, that little intersection, and pull it up. Well, you have to be sideways, remember? I told you, like, and you can kind of pull it up, pull it out and up. Where I'm not sure really that it needs to go up. I think it's okay the way it is. But as you notice that there are kind of some large, there's a little bit of stretching going here. So we go to smooth here. Kind of stretch this in like that. And then we pull back out our grab tool and pull this out. I want to be a little bit more here. Just pull it out ever so gently. Ever so gently. Happy trees. Okay, so now we have another spot here where I was working on. These are what my mother used to call when you paint the, when you do some paintings. I can move his arm out a little bit if I want, and I can also tilt his head in, which I might have to do. I can also, could possibly move his arm back a tiny hair too. See, so that because the geometry is kind of in the ballpark, so it can have a little bit of stretching, a little bit of motion. It gives you a little bit of give. Now, this part right here is one of our problematic areas, so I'll go into this smooth and just give it a little bit of smoothing on this side as well. Okay, so that it, and then we'll fix these couple of little spots. Here, we'll grab it and pull this out a tiny bit, and this as well. Sometimes if you pull in different areas, you can get like less distortion. Okay, now let's double check and make sure that the gown looks everywhere it's fine. This is beautiful. This is going to look so nice. Now we have a little bit of distortion here. I'm going to make my brush a little smaller. No, we don't want to grab it. See, we want to smooth this area here a little bit. Just zip that back together. Look at that. See this? This is beautiful. Okay, I'm going to pull this out a bit. Now, if anything is in too far, I think these little spots are in too far. And that's why they're distorted like that. Daz will push them out. Daz will, the smoothing in Daz will pull them out. Why rely on that? It just takes up computing power. If you can get this correct, you might be able to take it and bring your smoothing like way down, because it's already kind of smooth. Now it looks like there's something here, but I don't know that is, but I'm going to try to pull that out a tiny bit and see now what that looks like. No, we're going to leave that Z. Okay. So that's it. So now we have this beautiful gown here, nightgown. The damsel in distress. Okay. So now we're going to save this Blender file, save as, just as a Blender file. Okay, just in case we have, so we're going to call this is Nathan 90. We're going to call this Nathan 90, and we're going to save this in Daz Studio Renders. No, it'd be here. Oh, here we go. And where do I have a folder for Blender files? Blender projects. There we go. Nathan 90. Okay. Just in case that there's some reason why we might want to get back, we did put a lot of work into this. Now, we don't have to close Blender in order to do this export now. So I'm going to select the 90, and then I'm going to go File, okay, Export, Light Wavefront Object. We're going to export this to my Diffeomorphic project, and this is going to be back to Daz. Okay, and we're going to name this Nathan90.obj, and then I'm going to pull up this, and this we want to take a screenshot of, and then you want to type this all out on your computer. okay? If you get like one thing wrong here, it might not work, okay? And this, I'm going to say that I believe this works with HD figures, and you don't have to go into Daz, and you don't have to turn off the materials and replace their materials. You don't have to set them to base. You don't have to turn off smoothing. You don't have to do any of that. You just bring it in through Diffeomorphic into Blender and start working on it, okay? So that is really nice. So what you want to do is this scale has to be 100%. So we have to change that to 100. Okay, this part is the little bit, it's kind of intimidating, but limit to checked, okay? So we're going to check that. And then we keep opening this up and keep adding these in. X, Y, those are correct. We're going to turn object apply modifiers is off, okay? Why? I don't know, because a lot of these things I don't know. Okay, so the UV coordinates off, and the now I'm telling you, if you don't get these right, normals is checked, colors is not checked, and if you know more about this, you might, some of these you might be able to uncheck and have it bring in, but all we're trying to do is get the morph off of these clothes and put the morph into, that's it. We're not importing the whole scene into Blender. We're just taking all that change to the 90 that's different from the one in Daz, and we're going to put those changes onto the 90 in Daz. Okay, so this is a customized morph for this 90, for this figure only. Okay, and you can't take this 90 off and put it on another figure. You possibly could and maybe get it to, but if they're in another pose, then it's not going to work. So it's customized for your scene, okay? It's how to fix things in your scene so that they're perfect, okay? So now we go to geometry. UV coordinates is unchecked. Where am I? Okay, that's up here. Normals is checked. Colors is not checked. Triangulated mesh is checked. If you don't have that checked, it won't work. Now this curves to NURBS is not checked. Okay. The materials grouping, object group. Okay. Not sure why or if it's really needed, but these are, they work for me, and that's what's important. Okay, so the vertex groups, material groups is not checked, okay, but the vertex groups is, okay. And now there may be a way to save this setup, okay. All right, to save this so that you can just load it in every time. I haven't figured out it. It might have something to do with this operator preset, add or remove an operator preset. I think we'll try this and see what happens when. Oh, okay. So we can save this preset. Okay. So what we're going to do is save this preset. So the next time I come in, I can just load the preset and I don't have to change it. Now, when Diffeomorphic exports the figure into Daz, into Blender, it changes the scale to 1. So Daz is like at 100%, and they're gigantic. Everything in Daz is gigantic. And so everything in Blender is tiny. So it changes it from 100% to 1%. And so when we bring it back into Blender, we have to set this to 100%, okay? And that's all done underneath. Diffeomorphic just does that, okay? So now the smooth groups is not checked. Animation export is not checked, okay? I think we've got it. Object modifiers. Okay, this apply modifiers is unchecked. Now, if I've got this right, it's going to work. Okay, so now we're going to export this into this back to Daz folder. Export wavefront object. Okay. I don't dare do it, but here we go. Just double check everything. Okay, export. Now, if you select the nightgown here with the this, it won't work. You have to select this night clothes, this, if you want to just kind of export this, okay? So just keep that in mind, that you have to have the triangle part of your clothing, okay? Now, it's just it's very, very touchy, okay, about the way to make this work. So now we're going to go into, and look how horrible this looks. So now we're going to go, we're still going to have this little problem with the collar, but now there may be a morph in here that comes with this, where that would lift that collar out, okay, but collar up kind of thing, and then once it's up, we could kind of mess with it and push it down a little bit. All right, so now we go, you select your nightie, okay, because we're going to be applying the morph to the nightie, and you want to make sure it's the nightie and not that your object's not inside of a group, but you're actually selecting the nightie itself, okay? And then you go here to Assets, Morph Loader Pro, and this is not too hard, okay? There's only a couple things you have to do. So is you have to choose the morph file, which is back to Daz. There it is, the Nathan nightie. You bring this in, then you click, and this is all in these instructions here. So open Morph Loader Pro, convert Daz to, okay, now I think those units show individual set. Okay, this, it says convert it to 1, I think it says. Scale 1. Okay, so in this Morph Loader Pro, you have to go here and you have to click this down thing so that this is exposed wherever that was. It says, okay, hide. Where it says show individual settings, this has to be changed back to 1, I guess. Okay, I don't know. I just think it's supposed to be set back to 1. And then what you do is you click this little caret that drops down. I guess that's what they're called. And then you right click here and say yes for reverse, not for create control properties, okay? For reverse deformations, okay? And click accept. And it says the morph is created. We did it, okay? So I don't have to go back and fix anything. I didn't screw up. So now what you do is you select, make sure that your nightgown is selected. Go to properties here, up to the top here, where's properties? Oh, parameters, I mean. And then select at the top of your thing, and that where it's going to show you all of the morphs and properties, and scroll all the way to the bottom, and notice that there are a lot of morphs for this shoulders widen. It might be something here with the collar, for the collar, okay, but it's too late now. If we were going to wing that collar up, we should have done that when okay, when we lift collar. Here it is. So see, so we can bring the collar up a little bit. Okay, so now it looks natural. Now it's not being, see, so this is here. You might want to do that before you bring it into Blender. Get the collar as fixed as you can. So actually I'm gonna undo that, because we're gonna apply our morph here, and then we could lift the collar after. So this is our morph, and what I'm going to do is go to this morph and go to parameter settings and just set this minimum to 0, because I don't want to take it in the negative. I just want it to go from 0 to 100, okay? And we're just gonna now, this is where, oops, uh-oh. Okay, something's wrong. Okay, I have to remove this morph. I did something wrong. I think it might be need to be at 100%. Okay, so because it's shrinking it. So we're gonna edit mode. We're gonna get, so there's something wrong here, and I was not expecting that. Now we're gonna right click and okay, we're gonna go into edit mode. We're gonna right click and delete this property. Okay, so we go back to Morph Loader. Hopefully it's not anything too serious here. Now we're going to select on our nightgown, go up in here to this hamburger thing, go to Assets, and we're going to go to Morph Loader Pro, choose Morph File, Nathan 90. Okay, show individual settings. It says 100%. We're going to leave it at 100%. We'll try that. And then we're going to go here to this and make sure that we have this reverse deformations. Yes. Accept. And let's see. Okay. So now we're going to go scroll down to the bottom and see if this works. Look at that. Now, it kind of fixed it, but it's not very pretty. But it did fix it. It fixed the center. It's kind of like extreme, and it shows that there maybe are parts here that I missed, that I messed up with. So this is why we can go back to Blender and take a look. Now you see these parts don't look messed up like that to me. Okay, they don't look as messed up like that. So what is up here? What have we done? So let's see what this looks like. It's much better than it was. Okay. Okay, something is odd about this setting. Maybe this, okay, parameter settings. Let's set this to cancel. Let's go out of edit mode. And then let's go to this parameter settings and set this to 0 here too. Okay, so when we bring this in, maybe I'm just applying it too much, or no, it's got to come all the way up. That's the way the morph is supposed to be. So it fixed like a lot of things, but then some things it didn't fix. And I'm wondering if this could be because of that I might have to turn off smoothing before I bring it in. Okay, so I've kind of gotten you in the ballpark, people, because I would say that this particular, if you look at this in iRay, it's much better than this. Looks pretty nice. Okay, so now we can possibly pull this up a little bit and not use it as extreme, like here maybe. And you see that works, but it leaves a little bit of a kind of funkiness there. So, but now if we take this off and look at this here, You see, this has this just, it doesn't, you notice how this kind of looks weird there? We were able to really contour this to his shape. You see, so this end, now if we look at the back, remember how we did a lot of work in the back, pulling and tugging. Now, it could be because remember I used mesh grabber on this, okay? I don't think that's the case because now if you notice how nice that looks, we take this back here and we see that's the mess we had, okay? And this is what we have for our morph. Nice and natural looking, see? So this is, it works. It just isn't, it isn't that good. And so there's something in the process that I've done. Now, if I pull this back a little bit, just a little bit, like about there, it kind of repairs itself. So why this is like that, I'm not sure. I don't know what I did wrong. But all I know is that, and you think, well, I can just come in and smooth that. There are no tools in Daz to do that. So the only way to do this would be to go back in, and so and I would have to take, if I wanted to take the mesh grabber off, because I can still go in and like say, we'll take all of the mesh grabber things off, and then just work without using mesh grabber. And we also have to remember that we applied dForce to this so that it hangs. Now I could possibly, we can save this, file save as, we'll save scene, we'll call it Nathan 91. Now all of these changes that we've done here to this, when you save it, that morph will be saved in here. All of this will be saved. When you bring him back in, you'll have the morph, you'll have it, and the morph usually, in most cases that I've done, well, the other case, there were a couple of cases actually that I did with Blender, the morphs didn't do this. They worked properly, okay? But this is a pretty extreme case. You can see how far this clothing had to be kind of stretched down to make it look like it worked, okay? And it still kind of works, okay? So this is so now what we could do is possibly run a dForce simulation on this and see if maybe that corrects it. Just rerun dForce, because it's going to run this the way it is and not go back to its initialized state. So let's try running this. It will undo the dForce that was done. Now this is kind of interesting. Because it's taking all of the morph has naturalized things kind of. And so now the dForce is going to, so I might suggest just not using dForce prior to bringing it into Blender and then getting everything. But you see now this is all wrong here. And that may be because my morph isn't completely on. So, because we had this all straightened out. So now it's terrible. So let's clear that simulation. And you see that even looks worse. Oh, because we lost our initial simulation, okay? Because when I redid dForce, it undid the first dForce. So then we end up with something all twisted because the dForce. So that's why I saved it. And now if we go into our Nathan, we go into our clothing, nightgown. Nothing's going to fix this other than reloading the scene. So we go into the nightgown, we go to parameters. So I'm going to say that most of the time this isn't going to happen. Okay, so if I do this, it's going to straighten that geometry to some degree, but the only thing that's going to fix this file, open recent, is would you like to save changes? No. Is to just reload this back the way I saved it right before I ran that dForce simulation. So that's another precautionary tale, is that you can't now there's a way to bake your dForce in, so your dForce becomes a slider. There's a program you can buy from Riversoft and Sickle Yield. I don't know if they both made it, but it's in the Daz scene. Let's see. Go to here to Daz, and here, and search RSSY dForce. Maybe we just do the RS, Riversoft. Okay, I don't see it here, and there's probably, how many pages? 3 pages. Let's see if we can find it. I don't think it goes back this far. No, it's for Genesis 9 as well, I believe. For Genesis 9 dForce, it's a way of turning your dForce simulation into a morph. Let's say dForce morph. Let's see if this comes up with it. Oh, no, and I don't own this. Hide items I own. Let's just go to dForce and type that in, and it might give us the most recent dForce stuff. Am I spelling that wrong? dForce. I probably am. Yeah, I think I am. So that's why dForce. Sorry about that. Now we're going to go to RS dForce. That didn't work. Okay, Riversoft. I think that's one word, maybe. dForce Assistant. This may, no, that's not it. But this is a cool thing, okay? This is another Riversoft product that's pretty cool. I don't own it. dForce to morph. Here it is. See, so now this is compatible figures, so I guess it works with any dForce clothing. But, and I have this in my wish list. When it goes on sale, I will probably purchase this, because I would love to just be able to run a dForce simulation, create a morph, then you can take that dForce simulation off and always apply that morph whenever you want. So it's kind of saved. All that geometry is saved. But it would be run, the dForce simulation would be run from the clothing being at a particular state. So if you change that clothing, that dForce morph is no longer going to apply properly to it. So you have to do all of this, and that's kind of what I've done wrong today. And I picked a more complicated. Here's our scene now, and when I bring this all the way over, notice how it smoothens that out. The only problem that we have here is up in here. And I'm not sure why, because everything else is completely smooth, except, see, everything else is perfect, except for this area here. Why that happened like that, I don't know. And that's the part that I used Mesh Grabber on. I might have used a Mesh Grabber in a few spots here and there, but I used Mesh Grabber. I think I pulled all this stuff out. So it might be, you know, it's just don't use Mesh Grabber. Do all of your morphing and all in, because it might have undone some of the Mesh Grabber stuff. And then now it's applying. It may not have exported with the Mesh Grabber stuff. I think it does, but it just might not have exported with the Mesh Grabber stuff. And I'm not going to go and do that all over again. If we do anything, we will and that's it. If it doesn't work right, you have to start from the beginning. You have to redo all of your, and you know what? It didn't take that long to come in and smooth all this. I kind of put a little bit more effort into it. It didn't take that long to come in and smooth all this stuff out, okay? We use two tools. We use smooth and grab, okay? And you just come in here and smooth and grab again, and you can kind of run the smoothing tool all over everywhere, and then just kind of grab a few spots, run it down through here. Now the part, remember I used Mesh Grabber to push that mesh back, and that showed up in this. Why this is coming out like this, I don't know. And there may be a misalignment of the bones here or something. These two bones, I don't know. In the clothing, they're not aligned properly. And there is a way to go into Daz here and take, what you do is you select the Genesis 9 figure, and then you select the clothing figure, and then you go in here to edit, geometry, rigging, is it? Adjust rigging to shape, transfer rigging. Well, that didn't work. Z. Okay, not transfer, adjust rigging. Let's see, let's try that. Just trying this, guessing that this might kind of adjust rigging to shape. Oh, and then you pick the shape you want. It would be to it'd be to the okay, I'm not seeing Nathan here. It's just like a okay. So this isn't what we want here. So cancel. So I mean, I don't know enough about this stuff. I'm not that advanced, even with Daz Studio myself. But this isn't bad, okay? And we could possibly come in here with Mesh Grabber and just kind of pull this stuff up a little bit, maybe. I don't know. But it just didn't work. Whatever it was about this, we didn't get it. And this looks perfect. And we have one little like anomaly right there and one there. So what we do is maybe just try one more export here. Okay. So we select the night clothes, we go to object mode, go to sculpt mode. We can redo our thing, and we can go to our smoothing. We can smooth this in here a little bit more. And just see if something here fixes. You can see that, and this is kind of blown out of proportion a little bit, because when I sculpt it, until there, it just didn't even kind of show his skin out. And remember, we had problems kind of with his shoulder here. Let's just kind of sculpt this in a little bit until we get to his skin. All right, and now we go to our grabber, pull that out, and turn it sideways. Pull this out, little bits, so we don't end up, and pull it up over his shoulder. Okay, now let's look and see what our, we have one other trick in our toolbox here. So look and see what our, okay, this is our sub D level is at 1. What if we bump this up and we bump up iterations? Where is it? This is cat mark. Okay. High resolution. Smoothing. Here it is. Okay, this is turned off. No, smoothing is on, but it's just not. Oh, we would go to like 5. These are the numbers I learned from sickle yield, 5 and 7. And see, that didn't fix it. It kind of made it actually look a little bit too kind of washed out a little bit, but all right, so because that's 7 okay, and generic smoothing type, let's try base. See, so none of this worked. In fact, that just kind of like ballooned another part out of it. So generic. So this is above my head about what it is, but the thing is that when what the alternative is not going into Blender with this and ending up with this. And see, that is absolutely atrocious. Okay, and the arm, okay, you can just, now if we were to put a pattern, let's take this nightgown and put a pattern that actually shows a little bit more. And that's probably why they've used this kind of like very this pattern that you, because when you get up here and look at this area, you can see that the pattern is blown right out of proportion. And when we put back on our, see, this does kind of fix the pattern a little bit so that it doesn't look quite so bad. And we go from there to here. And if you remember, I dragged all this down. I think that is what it is. It's that mesh grabber that I did with this nightie. So what we can do, let's try to get this right. Perfect. Okay, let's go and fix this and do it right. So we're going to call this, we're going to get him the Victorian nightgown again. We're not going to use mesh grabber this time. Okay, we'll use our push and pull in Blender. We'll do it all with Blender. We won't even use dForce, okay, until we get it into Blender. And once so that when we run dForce on the Blender thing, we're not undoing a dForce, okay? So that's the plan. So we're going to go Victorian. We'll go to default. Let's click Nathan. Victorin. And here it is. Okay. Nightgown. What's the difference here? Night clothes. Gown.duff. Why do we have 2 here? Oh, this is 8 to 9. Okay, that's... Alright, I don't think that's the one we want. This is the converted one. I guess it could work. Oh, we have this on. Well, let's see what this, how the converted one goes on. Okay, this one's been converted through Riversoft and Sickle Yields. Okay, see, so this is, I would say, almost, in some ways it's better, and in some ways it's worse. Okay, but this is just as bad, pretty much. So, I think now the collar, see the collar looks better. I think we'll use this one, okay? And because I can just smooth that up and all of this and smooth that in. And then we'll come in, and once we get it all smoothed and everything and hanging right, then we'll apply the dForce. See, I don't know how to do this. I've just started doing this. Like last night, there were 2 items of clothes that I was able to successfully bring out of Blender and back into Daz. So it's like, when do you do dForce? When do you do Mesh Grabber? We're not going to do Mesh Grabber. Mesh Grabber is like a kindergarten program compared to the grabbing tools. You see, when I was using, I was just kind of like grabbing and yanking, and that's what probably screwed this up, okay? So, and if you notice now, this isn't too bad running up against his head. It's kind of laying on his head in a way. And that's because of the smoothing and all. All right, so let's not dally here. So what we're going to do is we're going to file save as scene. We're just going to take him right into okay, Nathan 91. Save. Well, that couldn't have worked. Okay, yes. We'd like to replace it? Yes. All right. So we're going to do this again. Oh, and when I go into here, this export, let's, we're going to go back to this export thing. Export wavefront. Let's take this and save as, we're going to call this Blender Daz clothing. OBJ, we'll just call it like that. Okay. So now when we come in here, we can just select that, Blender to Daz clothing, and bang. All right, so now what we're going to do is get rid of this. Delete hierarchy. Okay, we're going to get this right. We're going to do this until we get it right. And so then I can show you and make sure that you have the best. Angus, welcome from the hinterlands, my dear friend. Welcome, welcome. So now you are back. We are doing a Blender. I had another breakthrough last night. After last night's video, I learned how to... Okay, so we're going to... I learned how to export back out of Blender the morph on the clothing and put it on the clothing in Daz. This is huge. It is a very, very big thing. So that means we don't need Hexagon. And Blender is huge. Okay, Blender. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're just going to import him in. We've got him here, 91.duf import. This is going to be awesome. I like doing these smoothing tools, if you haven't noticed. I love coming in here, and so we're going to try to do this a little quicker, okay? So we're going to go down here until we find our Victorian mesh and click on the triangle Victorian night clothes, okay? Object, sculpt mode, and now we're going to go back to here, and we have this big sculpting tool, and see how that just how that heals this. So it's so much better than Mesh Grabber. So if we can just get this to kind of heal. We got a little problem here. That's all we need is for this to heal, and we'll let it go through a little bit, and we'll bring them out. See, it's kind of like this applies the right gravity to it. Now we're going to pull this out a little bit. And this, let's try not to take too much time doing this, because we are going to use our, we're going to pull this out a little bit. Oh, we got to do this sideways. This is our pulling tool. Remember, we are going to be using, and I can pull this out and not be too worried about it, because I can come over it with the smoothing brush. Okay, now notice we don't have quite as bad of a problem as we had with the other one. So this is just a this particular item of clothing converted better with the Riversoft and the Sickle Yield clothing converter. It did a better job with the clothing converter than it did with Daz's in-house Autofit, okay? So, but we still have the V here. Okay, so this is how you get rid of that. Just like that. Okay, and the V is gone. Now, I think I just kind of way overkilled with that. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to do this a little more cautiously with a smaller. It's like painting with a big brush. Okay, so we're going to take and go and make our radius a little smaller. And we're just going to come in and heal this up a little bit like that until we get that to kind of go away. Like this. And I have a feeling this fabric is kind of forgiving. So now we're going to lose a little bit of detail by doing this. It's not, okay, Z. Maybe I need to make the brush even smaller. All right, let's go a little smaller on the brush. Oop, I am being a terrible artist today. See, it just takes a little bit of work here. Okay, to kind of fix that. So being at some point you have to kind of make your own art too. Now this could even go smaller. We could come in here like this. And okay. Okay, well, you can't see that V anymore. What I will do now is make this brush larger and then just come in here and just kind of give it a little bit of a touch there to just kind of throw everything. Now this is a pretty bad spot here. This is a bad spot here that I can hit with the big brush. Save ourselves a little bit of time here. This is gotta kind of get hit. If you do this too much in these areas, the gown is gonna look like too smooth, like he's wearing a sheet instead of a gown. Okay, so you have to be really careful with. Okay, we got some serious problems in here, but this is all going to heal up pretty well with this brush. Let's get zoom in and see what's wrong here. There we go. It looks okay. Now, oh, that looks actually perfect now. Now you see, what may look like it's bad, it looks kind of like it's actually the pleating. They worked very hard to put this pleating in here. Like that last brush, I just took out a kind of cleave thing there. This has got to be fixed. Okay, we're just going to do as very little work as we can with this sleeve here. And so that we don't have a problem with it. Now we got the back, and the back has got some serious problems as well. Let's just kind of separate this stuff up a little bit here. And we come down here, and this is all very, very bad. Very bad. This is part of the Genesis 8 to Genesis 9 conversion, part of that triangle problem. Well, it has this problem as well. And so we're going to have to just kind of smoothen that out. I probably should use a little brush coming through here, but I just want to kind of get this done to show you. So let's see if we can kind of come through this. I'm going to just kind of redo some of this, so it's not going to be perfect, okay? Because I should probably use a smaller brush, but I'd like to get it kind of done. So because I've already shown this once before. Okay, now all of this looks kind of good. Just a little bit here. Now I'm going to tell you about using a brush like this. It's like painting. You want to use a brush the way things grow. Okay, and like so if you're painting like a stem on a flower, you paint it the way it grows. You don't paint it backwards into the ground. You paint it up out of the. That's something I learned as a ceramic teacher, is that you paint as the way things grow. I don't know if I'm actually painting this the way he grows, because you'd think he grows tall and up. So just keep that in mind. It's a little tip, okay, about painting. And because that's what we're doing here, is we're painting, okay? So we're going to paint as the way things grow, okay? So just come right in like that and paint the way things grow. And that was pretty heavy-handed there. And I'll tell you another thing, that, and this is not necessarily a, that men are more heavy-handed when they paint. They paint bold, not exclusively, but men will paint with bold lines. Okay, I think I have my strength too high, but I think this is done. Okay, I think this is done enough to try and export. Now we're going to go into Daz here, and we're going to get rid of our morph that we had before. Oh, it's not here. Okay, because we have a new piece of clothing. Now I would recommend not embedding this morph into the item so that every time you load the item, the morph is there, because like I told you, these morphs are specific to your scene. They're specific to this pose. They're specific to the character that you've put the clothing on. So don't don't associate, just allow the morphs to be saved within the scene, but don't go in. There's a way of putting this morph and associating it with the clothing item, and you don't want it appearing every time you put the clothing item, because it's just going to throw the clothing item off even more, and it's hard to get rid of it. I'm not sure exactly. You can delete it from that clothing item, but the next time you put the clothing in, the morph is going to be there, and I think you might have to go in and actually delete it from some file deep within that. It's just a mess. Do not associate these morphs. These morphs are only for this scene and for this piece of clothing with this particular figure and all of that. Okay. So I don't have to delete the morph, but I'm going to double check anyway, just to make sure the morph isn't here and associated with the clothing. And when I go all the way down to the bottom here, no, it's not. It's always the last morph. So now what we're going to do is go back here. We'll zoom out a little bit. Make sure it all looks good. Now, remember, we are going to try to put dForce on this, so it's going to hang on him much better once we apply dForce. So, but that's going to be after we get our morph out here. So now we're going to go File, Export, File. Okay, we've got our night clothes selected. File, Export, Wavefront, and we're going to load our Blender settings. Export, we're going to name this Nathan90.obj. We'll overwrite our other one. Export, wait for it. Now, it exported a material. I don't think it needed to. So there's probably things you can turn off there. Now we're going to go here to our assets and our Morph Loader Pro. We're going to go into Choose Morph Files, Nathan90.obj. And now we take this caret here and we're going to go to Reverse Deformations. Don't miss this step or it won't work. Yes. Accept. Morph loaded successfully. And now we can apply it. And look at that. See, now it's not perfect. It's kind of stretched up still a little bit, but now we're ready to apply our dForce, okay? Look at this. See, this is beautiful, and this is going to hang so nicely on him now. Okay, so let's run a dForce simulation, see if it works. Because I don't know how a dForce simulation works on top of a morph created in Blender. I mean, I would assume it would work, but let's go to Simulation Settings. Initialization Start Bones is off. Simulate. Let's see what we have. Oh, look at that. It's just perfect. Oh my gosh. So that's the way you do it. You make your morph. You bring it into Daz. Wow. Wow, look at this. This is so beautiful. I kind of wanted to smooth down this area a little bit, but it's okay. And look at this. This just couldn't be any better. So, you know, if I was not making this for you people, what I would have done was put a candle in his hand, okay? But then we wouldn't have gotten this stretch of cloth, and that's what I wanted to do was this. That's why I did this. That's why I found a pose with his arm way up in the air, excuse me. But that's why I found a pose with his arm way up in the air, was so that we could simulate fixing. And you remember, look at how terrible that this is how this clothing looks. And there is no way in Daz Studio to fix this other than taking this clothing into Blender or Hexagon or ZBrush and fixing it. Now, you can take it into ZBrush, and ZBrush would probably even fix it better than this. but Blender's tools are really nice, and Blender is free. Okay, so I have shown you a way to do this with free Daz and free Blender, and you don't have to buy anything. You just got to watch this video, study it, and do as I did here, okay? And you will. Now we're going to go back in, and I'm going to just kind of show you again the results that you get from this. This is how this item of clothing, and it was worse with Autofit. So this is what you will get when you put this item of clothing on your figure with Autofit. I mean, and this actually looks better than the Autofit did. This is the converted 90 from using the Riversoft and Riversoft and Sickle Yield clothing converter from Genesis 8 to Genesis 9. So now let's just watch this. That is what you get when you convert this piece of clothing from Genesis 8 to Genesis 9. And I converted it the right way, because I got pretty good with the clothing converter, considering I converted about 4,000 items of clothing, okay? And this is how it converted. And this was with like the dress things. So there's just some, and so to go from that to this is how you do it. This is how you fix the triangulation error. This is how, so that triangle is gone in the middle. A little teeny something there. I don't know what that little peck is sticking out there, but there always is. You fix that triangulated area, and it seems like there's always a little something sticking out there. But this is very nice. Now, I could have flattened this area out a little bit to make it look more like a chest instead of kind of boobies. But now, what you can do is if you mess up and you end up with a morph, okay, because I'm going to do this again, like really quick, okay. So I'm going to select the 90, and we'll go in here, and what you do is you right-click if you want to get rid of, because you have to get rid, it won't overwrite this morph. If you re-import it, it will just give you two morphs, okay. So you have to right-click and go to edit mode, and you don't go here into this gear thing. You go into edit mode, and it'll have this M here when it's in edit mode, and then you right-click and you delete that property. Okay, and when I delete it, his clothing is going to go back to awful. And then so we go here, which that is gorgeous clothing, by the way. That is a work of art. So what I'm going to do here is kind of now go back into here, and we'll select on this, and we go back into sculpting mode, which kind of makes it look workable. And then we're going to go to this smoothing, and I'm just going to take some of this kind of nighty problem out, so it doesn't look like he has kind of boobies. That's the thing, is a lot of clothing gets repurposed. Okay, so we're just going to smoothen that down a little bit. Okay, and there's still a little bit of, now that I know that this is going to work, I can kind of come in here and really perfect this a little bit so that it is really nice, okay? So that there's not as much. Now, if you notice, there's a little squares here, and then they get to be big squares. If you can kind of just pull this up and pull that down in, don't worry about that too much, because we can pull this out. Okay. And I've used two tools. I've used this grab, and like your mesh grabber, but this is a much better grab tool than mesh grabber. And I'm not putting mesh grabber down. Mesh grabber has gotten me out of a million scrapes, okay? Oh, this is the grab tool, so we can kind of grab that area and just put it in shape here. Okay. Okay, and now we come back in here with our smoothing tool again. Now there's a bunch of other tools here too, so you have some other really nice tools to work with here. Now when you see this weird anomaly, like there's little plus signs in there and kind of like some like characters, that means that you've gone too close to the skin. And when you bring it, like I said, it will fix when you bring it into Daz, the Autofit will fix that anyway. Okay, so all right, we just now go back here to, it's very easy. We select our night clothes, go to export. So just keep, when you make your morph, keep Blender open, okay? Because you might want to just come back and do some more sculpting. Now we've got another problem down here. See where it's that funny little anomaly there? That means it's a little too close to his skin. Okay, and so this doesn't really need much. It didn't need as much. So in the advertisement for the sickle yield, for the RSS RISI or whatever clothing converter, they said, it does a better job than Daz most of the time. A lot of the time it does. Okay, and so this is one very complex instance where it did a much better job than the Autofit. Okay, so it's just it is the truth there. So now we're going to go select, make sure we have the triangle selected, not the night clothes, not the little figure here, but the triangle selected for the clothing item. All we're exporting is the morph. Well, we're exporting the wavefront object, but we're going to extract the morph out of that, okay? So, and then I go to my operator presets, make sure that I have the operator that I saved. Here, this Blender to Daz clothing, it will change all these fields to the correct thing. Just take a snapshot of this. Now, it might not need, it says export materials. I might not need that, okay? So that's something that might be able to, so then it won't make this MTL file, just the OBJ file, but okay, it's okay. And Blender doesn't tell you when it's going to overwrite a file, it just does it. So, not sure why it does that. It might have something to do with Apple. It's Apple's fault. So here we go. Now we're going to go into here, Assets. We're going to go Morph Loader Pro. We're going to find this OBJ file, load it, and there's only one thing we have to do here is make sure. Now this is set to 100%. I don't know, maybe it's because it gets exported at 100% that you don't have to change it to 1 or something, but that's what that scale is at 100%. At 100% it works, okay? So I'm just going to say just for that, okay, now we go successfully. Now it looks horrible because we haven't applied the morph. Now our morph is down here, and watch this. See now. And now this looks right on his chest area, looks right too. And it looks like he is kind of carrying a child, but we could come in and fix some of this stuff. It's but it's let's take now a look at this. Now what we've done is we've messed, okay. I think I just did a boo-boo because let's try this. See, I didn't export him. I just went in and did more work with it. So that's why it kind of meshes with the, but what we're going to do is resimulate this, okay, and see what happens when we resimulate this with dForce. So we're going to clear our dForce simulation. and simulate again. With our new kind of morphs in there. And remember, you can set that longer if you use the timeline and let it really kind of, but that's it. That's it. So now we can, now I would, like I said, I would have had him probably holding a little candle holder, like a little brass candle thing with a candle in it, and walking with a nightie like this. So now we've given some hair, and so we're going to switch now from the mode of fixing his clothing to making a scene. So if you just came here to learn how to fix the detriangulation and to edit your clothing in Blender, now we're just going to go, now we're kind of playing around. So it's up to you if you want to hang out. Please leave. So we're going to go now back up to our content and find him some hair. So and now this looks a little bit kind of weird here. I could go in and kind of push that down a little bit. I think I'm gonna. So we go into here and take this brush, sculpt mode, and make it really, really, really big, like that. And then we go here to our smoothing brush and just push this down a little bit. Okay. And I kind of took out a lot of the little like cottony kind of creases and stuff by doing that, but it's too late now. Oops, I don't want to take it out of there. So because it looks, they're crinkles, and you know what? We have those tools here to add clay. What's this do here? We have brushes here to sculpt, to add like distortions, scrape, pinch. I don't know how to do that. Okay, so maybe that'll be in another video where I can just add little crinkles here. Okay, and then we can fix that problem. Clay strips. What's this do? Zip. That didn't work. Okay, Z. Okay, so we're gonna we'll go File, Export. I think it looks better than it did with that kind of sticking out. So maybe that's aesthetically just my opinion. So I'm going to select my preset, and we're going to go to Nathan 90 OBJ. Doesn't tell you that it's overwriting it. Okay, so now we have to just go into our night clothes, go down here to our parameters, and we still have that in there. So we can just right click and delete this. Now it's going to go back to the way it was when we first put it on him. Then we go up into this hamburger. You learn by repetition, so this is a good way to learn. So we're going to select the 90. Then we're going to click this caret and click yes and accept. And now we have a new, this morph with, where we bring this in, and it's probably going to look really smooth there, but it's not too bad. There's kind of crinkles that are in the oh, and now we redo our, Now we redo our dForce. Clear that and redo the simulation. And that puts like little creases back in, kind of. But they're not big gigantic ones like before. See, that is perfect. Very nice. See, there are creases there. So we didn't, okay, we're going to save this. We didn't strike out with that. That worked well. Okay. So now we're going to go here into, we're going to select our Nathan. And that should give us this. And let's give him some hair. And, okay, we'll go into products. Hair, get rid of the nighty. Word. And hash hair. Maybe this hair would work. Let's try it. He doesn't have to have kind of long. I was thinking this hair would be better, though. All right, let's go with that hair. And let's see what we have. This just looks amazing. Now it looks like there's a kind of a gigantic bunch here. I could have probably fixed that better. So, but it's just so much better than it was, okay? And so let's see what we have here. I don't know if I have the Nathan hair selected. I think I just applied hair to his nighty. I don't know. We'll see. No, I applied it to his hair, okay. There we go. I think brown might be a bit dark brown would be better. A little warmer. Yeah, but now his eyebrows are too dark. Let's get in close here. Now if I could just take, okay, his hair and just darken it a bit, we'll go into our, I have a little thing here, thin, and we're going to go here to a product called Brightener or something. And it's just select all products and bright. Right, G. And let's turn that off. I think it works with PBR. Brightness manager. Let's go here. Let's just darken this a little bit. I don't know if it's working. Cancel. Let's go to surfaces. Hair. Now let's go here. Yeah, I don't think it was working. I'm not sure, but... And if this doesn't work, I'll just go into the... But this is darkening it. If you notice, it's coming closer to his eyebrows. But it's not black. Okay, so that worked. Accept. All that really does here, and if you don't have to rush out and buy this, but it's a kind of nice product, is it just takes and goes into this. Now if you see these are at 30, that it just brings this slider down, okay, on these, but it does it kind of smartly. So now I'm going to take Nathan's face and just we're going to make it so he's not quite Nathan, so the people don't like say, oh, he used Nathan. It's just so that we have a face that's unique. So we're going to just mix a couple of arbitrary faces together. So we go into parameters, and now let's turn this off so that we're out of this edit mode, so that our parameters don't look weird. And then we go back up to the top here. We go to Nathan, currently used, and let's go to Nathan's head. Let's take it down a little bit, quite a bit. And then let's find another head to just kind of add some other stuff in. We'll have a little bit. We got Nathan's skin anyway. So, but we'll just find a head. So we can go here to actor. Full body would be, no, it would be, yeah, actor. General. Where's the head? Okay, current. That would be in the nightgown. Okay, we're going to Nathan. Actor. Head. Well, no, head. Okay, that narrows it down a little bit so we don't have 10,000 things to look through until we come down here to the heads. And let's where are the heads? Okay, these are all the heads that I've converted from Genesis 8. So these are Genesis 8, not all of them. Some of them are Genesis 9. But it enables me to use Genesis 8 heads and kind of morph some of these things into some of my favorite characters from Genesis 8. Alistair, maybe. Some of Alistair. And a tiny bit of, where is Roy? And that one has a little bit of weird, it has a tiny bit of moved his body as well. I don't know if I'm going to use that. Maybe a tiny bit of Roy. And a little bit of Chet. And then we have a different face. That is nice. See, now he's not Nathan anymore. And I can definitely see the Alistair in there. That sharp kind of jawline there. That's very nice. So we got a little bit of Alistair in there too. It's amazing how that works. And Alistair's lips are very distinctive. So there we go. And now we take and we can put him in some kind of, let's save this. And we can put him into some kind of room. I think the library would be nice. Like the study of the house. Kind of a spooky house kind of with a library. Let's go here. So library. And this one, Gothic Library. Environments. Merge into scene. Okay. look at this. Okay, so we've got to do something with the lights in the room. Render settings. Okay, render camera 5. I think I kind of like my view right here, but I think we're gonna no, I don't see anything where it. Okay, render camera 13. Let's try camera 3. Oh, I don't see it here. All right, well, let's try, just throw this in here. Camera 3. Oh, wow. And then we grab camera 3. Oh, I don't see it. That's kind of nice. But I don't see an outside. And it's let's undo that, Z. Let's try some of these render settings. Z. It's got some kind of atmosphere going on in here. Kind of atmosphere. Z. And this one. Z. I think we're gonna make our own render settings. Z. Okay. I think what we'll do is I like this one here. But what we'll do is we'll dicker with it a little bit. Parameters, environment. We'll go here to environment tint. See what that does. Darker. Now that didn't do what I thought it was going to do. All right, what's in this? We got floor. Okay, what is all this stuff here? Somewhere here we have a fog. Okay, so we have an atmosphere in this room. Wall lighting. Okay, so we're going to change the environment tint. Okay, that would be here. Okay, we're going to change this to dome and scene. And then we got to take down our, this is like really bright, so we'll go to 1 and see what happens. 0.5. What is so bright here? Oh, it might be dome rotation. It's the lights in the room, I think. Let's go to 0.01. Let's go to 0.001. 0.0001. Okay. Oh, I think that's my camera. I don't think there are any lights in this room. I think that is my camera light. Okay, let's create a camera. Create a new camera from accept. And now what happens if we put a light in the scene? Suddenly it's correct. So that was some kind of light thing. So now we can go in here, surface parameters, and we can, okay, we'll take our spotlight. Let's just put the spotlight in. We might turn it off, but let's, okay, cancel. Let's take a look at this spotlight and get it at an angle that we might want to actually use. Get out of iRay so we can manipulate it around. Okay, go back to our camera, save this again, and now we can go to our environment and do something kind of cool with it. Let's take and change our environment. Let's set these maps back to a normal, like to 1 and 1, and let's set the environment to like blue. See what happens. Okay, now let's take this light. All right, now I think we can fix that light by fixing the environment. For some reason, this environment is very sensitive. So if I bring it down just a little bit, like the 0.5 maybe might work. And this one down to 0.5, and then we'll take our light. There are lights in this room. Okay, the window glass, I don't like that reflection on the glass. So we're going to take and go here to surfaces, glass, and we're just going to make the glass disappear so it looks like there's glass, but there's not really glass. Well, maybe you'll have a little bit of glass. Okay, now if I turn off this spotlight, what's lighting the room? Nothing. Oh, there are lights in the room. So we have to find them. Lights. Instance group, lighting. Let's turn these lights off. Wall sconce. Now I might want those. What are these? More wall sconces. Oh, I have a thing that will do all of these lights at once. Okay, so let's turn them back on again. Where are the ones that I turned off? It's called lighting something, of course. It's a utility that allows you to change all the lights in your scene all at once. And it is very helpful. Default. Okay, control alternate minus is my hotkey that I have set up to close all that stuff down. Now we go to default and we look up light. Let's try that. And we're looking for, this is it, I think. No, that's the ghost light. Kit. Where is it? Okay, we're going to look for this in our utilities. Is this it? It's been so long since a Interior Light Pro. Okay, I'm not seeing. This isn't it. Okay. Tip. This isn't it. Okay, I think it might be this. No, and it may not be in here. It might be in the documents. It's not that. It might be in lighting. Lights. Light set, cinematic. No, I think it's in, maybe it's in utility, in scripts. Let's just get rid of light. It might not even have a light in the title. And let's go to here. It's in utilities somewhere here. Light console, it's not that. We'll find it. Icon creator. Brightness manager. Come on. I've only used this like about 20 times, and so it's not something that I haven't used it in a while, but it's a very helpful program because it allows you to control all of your lights with one click. That interior light, we might try that because scene analyzer, simplifier, no. It's not a fairly new product either, but it works with iRay, with iRay lights. If I'll remember it so that, you know, it may take me a while to find it, but it will save me time and allow me to kind of fine-tune the lights. And so the time, and then if I use it again, then I will remember map manager. No, that has to do with skin. It's right in here somewhere. Okay. Library add-on. This scene has been used. Let's try a 10. I think it's attenuator, T-E-N. Attenuator. I don't know if you spell that. No, let's just go into lights now and try it here and see if I can find it in lights. Well, some of these things take a while, so to find. Like, what is Sebastian's hair doing in the light light stuff? Now this is spot the lights that aren't even I-ray. We're down to that, to the nitty gritty here. So let's try. It's one of these utilities here. Let's come down through here. HDR. It's not those light console and it's not this. Because this is an actual utility. Like a manager of some sort, some kind of manager, light manager. Billboard. I probably could have had these lights done by now, and it's the problem is just remembering the name of it. Like I said, if I can find it, then I can use it in another scene soon when I end up with 1,000,000 lights in a scene that I want to just be able to control. Ultra scenery. Now this is another one, and this interior light. Let's try something. Let's just see what this does. Turn the lights blue. Z. Okay, whoops. This is kind of cool. What's this do? Z. Exposure. Green. See, that didn't do what I kind of want to. Let's go to 8. These are things I could. Okay, this is kind of interesting. I like the exposure down like that. That's the problem with this scene right now, is the exposure. We go to 15 and that'll be, oh, so it's even darker, which gives me then the ability to light things discriminately. So we could go here into our environment options. And let's see. Environment options, parameters. And this would be where okay, tone mapper options. And that's exposure here. So we can go to like 13 instead of 15. We can change that to our let's go to 12 to 11, and then we can take this spotlight one, and we can go and change the temperature down a little bit. So let's see what a quick render of this looks like. Render settings, general. Okay, so this we got some fireflies and stuff here. It's probably because of the low light in the scene. And I really don't like what this window is doing here. So we go back into our thing here. We select this wall, the window. Angus, I hope you are enjoying this. We are working. So we're going to go to surfaces. We're going to go to this window. And we bring this window now down to, is the cut? That's the iron part. No, we don't want the iron part. Arch frame. I don't see the glass in the window. Oh, there we go. Glass. Let's just bring this down to nothing. And then we, okay, and now what's happened is see, I really need this light thing, because then I can bring the exposure down and then bring all the lights up just to the level that I want them to be, so that they kind of have an isolation in their fall off, kind of. So let's go back. So that helped, kind of going in there and just changing the exposure. Let's grab this. We're going to find this light kit. It's a tool that you don't want to forget you have. And I didn't forget I have it, I just forgot what it's called. And water caustic lights. Dial fusion, shader rotator. I bought that program and I've just never used it yet, but it's like, it's awesome. I wish I, had, there are times when I want to rotate a shader just the way I want. You can do it in Blender, but this is a fairly old product. But it works with iRay. Okay, it's down here somewhere. Amphibian pond. Okay. It may not, it could be in a strange light Manager Pro. I think this is it. This is it. I was gonna look up Manager. Okay, so we go environment light. Okay, collective actions. Environment to change scene lights only. I think this is going to end up changing my spotlight as well. Spot spread angle. Okay, let's see what's down here. Wall light. Okay, spotlight. Let's take this out of the equation. Let's go to 400. See, that did brighten up the lights in the room, but it left the spotlight alone. Let's go 900. And see, it takes all of these lights and handles them all at once. It goes in the color temperature, so I can take and change them and make them a little redder. All of the lights in the room, yeah. See, that makes it look a little more old-fashioned. And now we're going to mess with our sky, the back. Okay, we have this thing set to blue. Environment options, parameters. See, that's kind of nice. Now the thing is that I'm wondering if some of this room, if this is not iRay. This doesn't seem like it is iRay, but let's go and see. Let's click on like the wall and go to surfaces, wall, emission color. I think this is iRay, yeah. I don't know why we're getting all these fireflies in here. And I hate to use despeckler or denoiser. I hate using them. I just figure that it's like they've put some kind of shininess on this wallpaper, and there's like several things that have it. So I need like a wallpaper organizer that takes all the different objects that have the same wallpaper on it, and then I can adjust the wallpaper all together, kind of thing. Okay, our camera. Oops. Oops. What if we come in a little closer on our guy and come up a little bit like this, so we can catch one of these lights in the... Look at that. This is amazing. I love working with this. I just love working in Daz Studio. There's some kind of fog in this room, and that's... If I let this render long enough, these little speckles will turn into like a glistening wallpaper. It's like the wallpaper has like glitter in it or something. Okay. I'm not liking this angle. I think if I pull back a little bit and get a little bit more of the room, but if I pull back far enough, I'm going to hit a wall. Okay. Now I don't have enough detail of him in the scene. Now he's the star of the thing, so we gotta get in closer. What I could do is lower the light. I think that's our angle right there. Let's center it a little bit more. And then we fix this ugly blue here. I mean, it'd almost be better black, but you know, but let's do something. Maybe we can find an actual sky, like a night sky with stars in it and stuff. So let's go to parameters. Let's take the blue out, go back to white. And then we'll find a sky image editor. No, cancel. Not that. Browse. Browse. And let's go here to HDRI all. Look at this noon. No, it looks like it's daytime outside and he's in his nightie. So it's just kind of a contrast that doesn't work. Browse. Browse. We lost our place again. This folder here with all these HDRIs, what I did was I did a search for EXRs and HDRIs in my Daz content library, and I copied them all into a folder. And then what I did was I took and used a program, you can buy it from Daz, and it makes little thumbnails. And if you notice that next to each one of these is a little image that shows me a little thumbnail of what the HDR looks like. So I can open it up. Oh shoot, I didn't want to do that. Browse. So I can open the image up and look at it. I can just right click on it and open it and see what the image looks like. Now what I could also do is put a plane in behind that and then put a much more detailed picture there. I mean, this, now you make sure that when you click on something, it's an HDR and not a JPEG. Because you don't want a JPEG there, you want the HDR. I don't care for that too well either. Maybe an orange sky would kind of fit with the... Now it's taken me, I lost my place again. Okay, and I have some really nice orange skies. What would be... Well, these are nice right here. Okay, orange kind of works, but I think what I'm going to do is make a plane. And then we're going to go to our we're going to put the plane here. Oops, Z. Select the plane. Rotate the plane until we know which. We're going to go 90 degrees. And then we're going to zoom Z the plane out right just beyond the wall. Like there. Now we're going to lock our camera. Favorites, most used, lock. This is a product you can buy from Daz. Now I can move around with my perspective view and take a look at that plane. Plane. Okay, there's our plane. It's a little too big, so what we're going to do is zoom it down, scale it from the top like this, or the sides I guess, and from the top, Control L so I can see what the heck I'm doing. And let's move this up. Then I can put like almost like a whole scene right there in that. All right, so, and let's make sure that this is a little bit, you have to think about stuff. Sometimes you need this off in the distance and not right close. Yeah, because you don't want it shining in through the window too much. So now we're going to go to back to our camera view. And now that is our backdrop. So now instead of putting the HDRI on the, I can take this environment here, options, and I can go, let's go into iRay to make sure I don't change things too much. I could kind of just leave them on and leave everything the way it is, or I can just turn the dome off. Let's see what happens when we turn the dome off. See nothing, so that's good. When we go to scene only, nothing happens, so everything's hunky-dory. That means that the sky isn't contributing anything to our scene. So we have control, 100% control of the light. See, I could take this thing right here and just bring it down a tiny bit. Bring this one down a tiny bit. It doesn't quite look true to perspective, but it gives us some kind of something interesting. And Now this candelabra is casting light here. I could turn all of the lights off on that. So there are things I can do to just maybe cut down a little bit on the ambience and give, but I kind of like the ambience also. So we're going to see. So now we're going to go back to our plane. This gives us a sunset, a clouds. It gives us a detailed sky rather than just like a very keyhole kind of section on a cloud in the sky. It doesn't look very interesting. So I could have an actual sun setting, or I could have all kinds of different things here. So now we go to our surfaces with the plane. Base color, and let's find that a sunset, kind of maybe something with an actual sun in it. This was what kind of caught my eye, and now we have that on the plane. And what is this called? It's not lit up yet. We're going to turn it into an emissive. So this is called Cam 1. All right, so now we need to add this to our emission color. CD, Cam, EABCD, Cam 1. Make it emissive by making this white. And then and I think it's sideways. Then we've got to add some luminance. We'll just go with a 2 here. See what happens. Okay, we have a sky there, but it's not correct. So we got to go to the perspective view and see what's wrong here with our sky. Okay, it is correct, but it's just off a bit. And it is casting light, but it's not too... Oh, my gosh, is it ever. There's our sun. Let's bring it down. Wow. Okay, so now we just bring this down. I think we can just get rid of that 2 altogether. No, we want it up a little bit more. Look at that. We have a little bit of the mountains and a little bit of the sun. See, this is just beautiful now. So we go into our luminance, and let's make this like a 5. Okay, now I have an atmosphere. There's an atmosphere in this room, and it's just too strong. Okay, and I have to find it. Where is our fog or wall or something like that? Instances group. Fog. Let's see, what happens when we turn that off? Oh, that's the floor. OG floor. Okay, instances group. Let's look around through here. Lighting. Okay, that's all lighting. Lighting. And lighting again. Candle side. These are called, it's kind of ceiling draw, ceiling wall, wall, book. Seat, wall, glass, table, vase. Wall lighting. Oh, it may have been turned on in the render settings. It might be in the environment settings. It's not that we don't want this, it's just that it's too strong. It's kind of blooming out the, okay, fog is on. Matte fog is off. Okay, let's see. On. No, that's not it. Draw ground, we don't need that. Okay, it's hidden in here somewhere. Table instance. Let's try typing fog. No, it's no fog. Okay, mist. Atmo, ATM. No, okay. Let's go back here to our thing. It's in here. Lighting, wall, picture, seat, drawer. It's like one of these. It's just going to say fog. Drawer, wine bottle. There's a lot of stuff in the scene that I don't need here. Bookshelf, wall, ceiling, wall, painting, vase, wall, bookshelf, wall, books, glass solid, wall, books, seat, wall, table, playing cards. There's a bunch of stuff I don't need in the scene. It's just not even in, oh, that's fern, okay. Ceiling, book, wall, stairs, what is oh, this could be bloom. I think bloom is turned on. This would be in render settings, maybe? Is it render settings or tone mapping? Filtering. Bloom is on. There we go. So maybe we could keep bloom on, but just lower it down a little bit. Point 8.2. Now, firefly filter is enabled. When we take bloom off, do we lose all those sparkles? Is that what's causing these sparkles? Which would kind of tell me that bloom is causing the little dots everywhere. And when I turn bloom off, they're gone. So, and they seem to be really mostly associated with this wallpaper. So what I could do is just try and select each object, this, that, and that, and find another wallpaper. Something that doesn't, okay, so we go here and we go to surfaces, wallpaper, and the normal map. Or I could take and go into this wallpaper and get rid of the shiny thing, whatever it is, glossy, shared glossy. What if we take this glossy inputs off and see what happens? That didn't fix it. diffuse roughness. Let's bring that up, make the wallpaper rough. That helped a little bit. I think what I'm going to do, instead of just changing, okay, base color, this glossy color. What if we, glossy roughness. They worked really hard to make this wallpaper look. Glossy reflectivity. That did it. So if I just go to all these other ones, or I copy this wallpaper, copy, and that may mess up with the we'll see. This, now we go to wallpaper, paste, and then we go to this wallpaper here, paste. It's still reflecting, so it's nice. We got rid of the specks, okay, but we didn't get rid of, it's still reflecting the light off of it. Wallpaper, paste. We need to paste the wallpaper. Okay, now this stairwell, okay, that kind of got rid of. Now my wall, my plane, I think the sun should be right in the center here and up a bit. So it's coming right through that window. Let's see what that looks like. Not quite. Over a little bit more. See how this gives us a detailed background? Something that's detailed there rather than just like a part of the sky that's part of a cloud or something, or a star in the sky. It gives us a whole kind of, by putting that plane there, it gives us the ability to do something really interesting with it. And then I can also take that plane, and we could take and go here into surfaces. We could just lower it so it's not quite as bright. We have that ability now to go into this luminance and say, how about if we just bring it down to 3? Kind of looks like a desert out there. And I could also just take and kind of change the overall color of it and make it like blue, the like patina of it. You know, I get, the more I get used to that, it's kind of better because it makes it seem like it's nighttime. Now what I could do is I could expand this so large that this moon kind of just dominates the wall. But now what we're going to do is, can't believe that fixed the wallpaper. We fixed the wallpaper. So save this. And now we're going to go and put a little bit of a fog in this room, okay? So it just doesn't look too crisp. It just looks, everything looks so crisp. We need to have kind of an atmosphere, an air, a haunting kind of. VDB. And some of my all-time favorite products in the Daz store are these real fog ones made by Sickle Yield. I absolutely adore these products. So let's try this one, the Wisp fog. Now I find this Wisp product is usually, where did I put it? Below the ground. I don't know why. When you bring it up, what's wrong here? Maybe I have to give it, my brain isn't thinking. It looks like it's in the room, but it's just not. So let's go to surfaces here, volume, $100. Let's go 500. What's wrong? Why isn't it showing? I don't think it's high enough, and I think it's under. It looks like it's here, but it's not here. There it is. There is our fog. Wow. Now you know I love this. This is one of my favorite products in the store. And what if we make the fog kind of, I think that's just a little too much. So we can see some of the detail of the floor. So just remember when you use this Wisp array that it's usually below the plane of your scene. So if it doesn't work, it's because you need to raise it up a little bit. Because this is the second time I've used this and found it like, where is it kind of thing. And then found out it was like, and what if we were to take this fog and make it blue or purple? Purple. Okay, now we're going to take and make it thinner. Okay, we'll go with 10. What if we go back to gray? I think the gray is kind of nice, but I kind of like instead of gray, let's go with like kind of a yellowish. All right, now let's see what happens when we now there's a part of his gown that's kind of bothering me. So we can go here to Control Alternate minus. Let's find Nathan. Let's find his night clothes. And let's go to 9 here. And that's way up in the air like that, but it's down there. I think that's the representation of it, where the actual fog is. So I'm not sure how to use that exactly, but we're okay. So when we go into now tool settings, mesh grabber. Let's take this little piece here, just push it in a little bit. Kind of looks weird. All right, let's go out of here now. Oh, had to sneeze. Okay, so Ebenezer. I think we can push a little bit more in there. We're still on the nightgown. Let's go 9 here. Let's push some of this in. Okay, that works. One little piece more. So this is kind of like a Christmas Carol kind of thing. It's like, that's kind of what's going in my mind, is the whole kind of Christmas Carol, like, but it's a young Ebenezer. So the ghost of Christmas past. So we're going to save this, and then we will, now considering that this wisp array it's way up in the air, I'm not sure what different parts. When I select that, okay, 9, Z. Okay, when I select this, I think I can bring that down, but then when I select this, I think we can bring this up. See, we're supposed to kind of keep them together so that they give you a this gives you a visual representation of that. I should have more fog rather than less. Fog should be higher rather than gone. No, okay. So this is kind of weird how that works. This has got to go like this. Up again, up in the air. There we go. This is such an amazing product. And now we're going to take it down a little bit so it's not quite as thick. Render settings, no OSB in the shaders. No, up here, surfaces. Volume. We'll go down to 1. Yeah, that's enough. Just so it looks like, kind of like what we had originally, but not, the bloom was just kind of like blowing the whole room out. So it doesn't look like just atmosphereless render, so that it looks like there's some actual atmosphere in the room. So, you know, we could probably even bring that up higher. As long, I think we bring it almost up to his face so that the atmosphere doesn't obscure his face. Because there's a haunting. All right. So let's save this and render it, and I think this is done. So yeah, I think that this is this particular tutorial is probably one of the best tutorials that I have made, because it is so vital to getting your clothing to look right. It is vital. Now, this looks like there's a big kind of like seam here. I could have fixed this. I could have like rolled that around his arm so that it looks more natural. Also, there's just so much you can do in Blender with your clothing, and you bring your figure in with you, and then you have your figure to kind of like look and see exactly what your clothing is going to look like on them. We go into here, into sculpting mode, and it shows you, and you can see where I could have brought this seam here around, and if you look in here, notice how it's all bunched up in here. This is all bunched in, and see, I could have pulled this back with this right here, and you just pull this back like this. See, so there, it's just amazing what you can do with this. Then pull this in. You see, this is all, it's you who's doing the work here. It's you who is, you see, so, and that looks a little more kind of natural here to my eye. So there you go. So just, it's just another thing that kind of catches my eye about the way this is. Now, I could, now theoretically, I could bring this back in, this new piece in, just see what it looks like. We just go File. Okay, let's save this scene. File, save as, export, wavefront object, Nathan object, make sure that we have our object selected, export. Okay, and then we come back in here, we get rid of Nathan's, that's going to kind of mess up that, but I can go and redo that. Now let's see what happens. Let's save this in case it messes it up. All right, so now we select the night clothes. We go into our parameters, the night clothes, and we edit this, get rid of this one, edit mode, right click, delete, selected property. Okay, that's what it looked like kind of originally. This actually does have a dForce on it, so it's a little kind of worse than it was. But now we go here. We go to Assets. We go to our Morph Loader. Choose the Morph file. Find the 90. Go here, reverse, yes, accept. It created the morph successfully. Now let's go to our parameters. Let's go down to the bottom here and drag this all the way over. Now you see that looks more natural, see? And now we can go and redo our next one here. Clear that. Redo our simulation. Simulate. See, you just notice things like this. I don't know why we have a wall now here. It might have moved things just a tiny bit. Just a hair enough when it did the simulation to put me behind a wall. But I think it'll come back. We're just close enough where we're inside of something. Just right on the edge where a plus or minus 1 could bring us in behind a wall. And my camera is locked, and so it might have something to do with it doesn't like the camera being locked while it's doing this. I'm not sure, but we'll find out once this is done and fix it. So just some things you notice that, and I moving that whole piece up and in. That was a major thing right there, and I was able to do it. There you go. See, it bothered me, and it could still even come up so that this is all around the shoulder, but that's fine. It's going to look kind of weird when you move your arm. Your clothing isn't going to conform perfectly to your movement. It's going to... So now we're just going to take our mesh grabber and push this piece in. And so we select our nightgown, go into our tool settings. Where's my tool settings? Parameters. Tool settings, mesh grabber. Let's go here. What in the heck? All right, so I have this camera. We have to unlock the camera. And we're going to go to most used, unlock the camera, and just come ahead a tiny bit. Oh, I know what it is. I'm inside the fog. Okay, Z. Okay, edit, redo. Okay. So if we just hide this Wisp thing here for now. Okay, so we have mesh grabber on. We have to select our nightgown. Okay, I'm going to get a little closer. Perspective. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure why it's so crinkly like this. It didn't seem to be that, but this just went through a dForce simulation, so I guess that's what happened. But I'd really like to smooth some of this out more, but that's the way it works. Now it's grabbing these two pieces together. I think that's good. Let's make this a little smaller, like 5. Oh, I have Nathan selected now. What the heck? Edit. Edit. All right. We now need to select the gown. Okay, I think I can live with that. From the camera, turn back on our 0. Let's go to iRay and that'll disappear. Okay. There's a tiny piece of something in there. I'm not sure what this is kind of all bothering me now suddenly is. But it's okay. It's just suddenly it's looking messy. A little too messy. And my camera is screwed up. If I move the scene too much, I'm going to throw off my moon, that's the sun or whatever that's coming through the window. So let's lock the camera again. Favorites. Lock the camera. Perspective. Okay, I've got a little problem here, and I think I can still fix it. It's just the light that's kind of catching this little piece. So we go to Mesh Grabber, select back on that. See, I think it's my fault. I think I grabbed and just kind of hoisted and tugged on this a little too much in different areas and kind of gave it this kind of crimply look. If I just kind of can come in and hand do this again. I think that's okay. All right, so let's go back to our camera. Yeah, I can deal with that. Now, I'm wondering what my smoothing surfaces are, like parameters for smoothing. Okay, let's get back this, get this back, editing mode off, and see what my smoothing parameters are set to. I think I set them way high. No, so we can smoothen this a little bit more. We can go to like 3 to subdivision. And we can go to smoothing to 5 and 7. There we go. That just smoothened it a little bit. Smoothing is on. Okay. So there we go. That's it. So I just wanted to make a scene so, you know, that you know, so that I didn't just like take the wrinkles out of something today and that's it. I want to put that piece of clothing on a person, put them into. So that's why my videos, and when you see my videos and they're like, oh my God, that's like 8 hours long. Well, the other half of it, the first half is usually like how to do something. And the last halves of the video is me making something and using all the tools that I have and all the assets that I bought and programs like dimming all the lights simultaneously. That was something called Light Manager, I think it's called now, or something. I remember Manager is in the title. So okay, so all that's left is to do like a massive render on this. And now, you know, in this scene, I probably, like I said, I would have, if I wasn't trying to do the under the arm kind of thing so that it would stretch the clothes in a horrible way so that we could fix it. Like I said, I would have probably have put him holding like a little like brass candle holder with a little thumb, you know, like index finger, where you kind of put your index finger in and you walk around and it's got a little teeny stubby candle kind of in it, and have him kind of like looking. I would have used something like that instead. But I did use this pose to demonstrate how to take the wrinkles out of the cloth in Blender. If you missed that part, you just kind of saw some of the tools that I was using here to do that in Blender. And it was so easy to bring that morph back in and just dial it back up. And when I hit save, the morph gets saved. And when I bring this project back in, the morph is engaged. It's not like, it doesn't go back to its default and shut off. It engages, and the clothing, everything looks the same. So now we're going to go into render settings, and we're going to take and go to general. We're going to set this to 10,000. I usually render even higher, like to 13,000, but I'm not going to put this, like sell this on a t-shirt or something. So it's 10,000 is good. And we're going to go maximum samples, so it doesn't stop. It just keeps rendering and rendering, and we're going to turn rendering quality off. When you turn that off, then you don't have a preset amount of quality, and then it stops. If you turn it off, it just keeps going beyond that preset it just keeps rendering and rendering and rendering. So so if you want your computer to not stop in the middle of your render, but just keep going, you just drag this all the way to the right, on time, not minimum samples, just leave that, but just maximum samples all the way to the right, maximum time. and turn the render quality off, I think it will still stop after it reaches some ungodly number, like 100,000, iterations or whatever. It'll stop. But that's after a couple days. So we got rid of our shine in the window by just turning the glass off, and we got rid of the only thing is I'm thinking that maybe I'm seeing the reflection of this window of these bars, kind of this iron grate here on the backdrop. So it's okay though. If I pulled that back and just resized it, it would look exactly the same, but it wouldn't interact with the wall and this grate, and the possibility that the light is actually shining in and causing some kind of reflection off of the... You can't really see it that bad, but this right here, if you look, there's like a dark line where it's kind of reflecting on the plane in the background. It's not that hard to fix that, but we're going to leave it. And nobody's going to really notice it that clearly. And so I think it looks fine. So we're going to now go into, we're going to just hit render. And we will have a gigantic picture rendering here. It will be big, and it's just going to keep going and going and going. So unless I see something really weird, like a poke through in his gown, or like a hand going into his head or something, I'm probably not going to stop this. Or like that his feet aren't actually on the ground. That could be the case. Because when you render that big, that's when you see weird things like, oh, his feet, he's up to his ankles in the floor. Yeah, I've done that before. So look at this, see, this looks kind of this seam. I could have fixed that seam better. So, and the seam could have probably gone up higher. Maybe the seam would have been good to have had it here coming across. See, so, but these are things you can do. Okay, in your, here's another problem. See this arm here? This looks like I didn't quite get this, and there's a little stretch in here. We come in here. We should be able to see that there's like an anomaly in here. Yeah, see, I don't know if that's it. What I may have done is, you see, it looks like there's a natural like crease in the fabric, and I may have flattened that out, and in doing so I could have messed up something. And but I'm happy with this. There's something weird there, but it's not as weird as what we had when we had when we first imported this fabric in. So this looks fine now. And it is something that could be fixed with a little bit of mesh grabber, a little bit of clone tool in Photoshop. So now let's see if his feet looked. Oh, he's right on the floor perfectly with his Jesus feet pose. So yes, walking in the garden. So yeah, this works. This again could be cloned out. See, it does look like there's some creases and stuff here, and I kind of maybe blew this fabric into there. You have to be careful when you work on changing the mesh and doing things, because you can have some unexpected consequences. So just always save your work, save it in Blender, save it in Daz, so you can always go back and kind of continue editing and then re-import and re-import and re-import. That is going to do it for me, people. It really is. Thank you very much for watching. Please leave a like on my video, and it helps me in the algorithm to gain more subscribers. And it's nice because if we can get more subscribers in here, there are people who know stuff that I don't know, and we can learn from that as well. Get some really smart Daz people in here that know like a lot more than I do. And look at this wallpaper. I'm glad I didn't change it. Now, it did have like little sparkles in it from the gold, and if I'd left those sparkles, they probably would have added a nice kind of something to this to make it look like there's actually glitter in the wallpaper. Now, this is our see, and it is kind of putting a crisscross on our sky. The windows don't normally do that. So it's okay. So I think it will be okay. So take care, Angus. Have a wonderful rest of your day and afternoon. It's 6:05 in my part of the hinterlands. You take care, and thank you for watching. I was up until past 3 o'clock in the morning. I figured out how to get all of a sudden I kept trying different things and different things and different things, and all of a sudden my morph exported from and when it exported from Blender and it imported into Daz on my figure, and then when I dialed it up and it worked perfectly, it was like, oh my gosh, you know what this means? This means that I can now edit these kind of problems right in Blender. Now you can see there's a problem here, and you see it's right along this crease. So what's kind of going on in my head right here is that these pieces are not meant to be separated, that they are meant to be right next to each other. So you go into Blender and you see this piece that's being separated here, you just pull this in, and that would be the same for these three pieces here. They all have to stay together. Okay, so you just basically come in with your tool and you pull them together and keep them together because they belong as part of like a seam where it's been sewn. So I've pulled them apart. You live and learn, okay? And that seam comes all the way down to this focal point here under the arm. So these pieces need to be pulled in together. And you can do it. You can zoom right in and kind of pull them together and then smoothen them out a little bit. But when I ran the smoothing tool over it, it tried to equalize them. So you live and learn, okay? So in the next project, I will probably, when I'm working alone and stuff, sometimes I just don't want to get into too much tedious detail. So it looks like this piece right here gets pulled right in, and it's just, and this piece, this line here gets pulled up in so that they stay right together until they focus in the underarm around maybe here somewhere. So yeah, it's this very interesting how this is made. So it seems as though these pieces need to stay together until they get down into here maybe, or something weird's going on here. Because it's not crisscrossing, it's going 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, there's 4 in all of these others, so I guess that's normal. It's just I didn't smoothen that out enough, I guess, in here. Well, this isn't going anywhere. This is only 1, 2, 3. And everything else has 4, but this one only has 3. So there's something built into the pattern of the cloth. And see, this piece could have been probably pulled down in here as well. See how it's pulled way up in, and we can see this in our figure here. We can see that see this whole area is kind of messed up. So yeah, but it doesn't look as bad as it did. So this would all correct itself if I just pull those lines in together, okay? And you can tell that's what this anomaly is. It's because it's been stretched beyond what the image on the outside of the wireframe that's laying on top of the wireframe, that's glued to the wireframe. And when you move that wireframe and put it into a shape it's not supposed to, it's going to show you and pixelate like a picture does when it's been stretched outside of its detail. So it's just very interesting. I'm so, and the same thing here. We have another line that needed to be kept together. Okay, this seam that comes up through here, you have to pay close attention to make sure that the lines stay closer than the other lines, that the other squares can be further apart, but these ones need to be right up close to each other and kind of hugged together, or else it pulls the image apart. That is another really awesome kind of thing. So now it looks like his hand is kind of a little too close. I could have lifted his hand up a little bit. I don't know. It's okay. From a distance, it looks fine. So I think this is amazing compared to what we had. Remember all the distortions we had in here? This was all bunched in together and twisted. Yeah, so yeah, this I just go to bed at night pinching myself saying, I don't believe that I know how to take my clothing now into Blender. If this seems like something difficult to do, Habib, welcome to you. I hope this tutorial is helpful, Habib. If this seems like something that's difficult to do, watch this video over and over and over, and I will guarantee you that eventually it will become so simple to just say, okay, I'm gonna take that piece of, I'm gonna take my figure into Blender, I'm gonna go in with those with the smoothing tool and with the grab tool, and I'm gonna smooth out and make that geometry right. And then I'm going to export it back in as a morph. You can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. Yes, it took me 4 days of working almost all day. But now I know it well enough that I can teach it. So, and I feel like once you realize that it's not that many steps, then you can just like instantly, you have, 3 steps to bring this, 4 steps to bring it into Blender. You save it as a DUF file, you save the other file that it needs, and then you go into Blender and you import it in, and you're ready to start editing. And then you go to export, save it as an OBJ. Oh, well, that window pops up, and you use these settings that I have here and take a screenshot of this and put these settings here into the export from Blender, and it will work. Okay, so this where it says convert to Daz Studio 1, this is incorrect. Leave at 100, okay? So you leave that at 100. That could have been a deal breaker right there. Okay, so you leave that in the Morph Loader Pro. Well, I wanted to learn this so bad because the thing is that I have about 5,000 clothing items and every time I put one of these clothing items on a Genesis 9 figure, it's all stretched and it doesn't work right. And I want my clothing, a big example is like the crotch area. It never looks right. And now, you know what? When I see a pair of jeans on and I say, I don't like the crotch area, I'm not going to buy them, I can say, no problem. I'll just fix it in Blender so that it looks natural. Okay, and that's all that's wrong, is that when they put their clothing that they made on the figure and tried to model it and for a picture in the store, they didn't take it into Blender and kind of move things around to make it look right, make the pouch in the front or whatever look right. And I'm sure it's the same thing with the way cloth stretches around a woman's breasts. I'm sure it doesn't just do it perfectly every time. So you have to take almost every bit of clothing in and fix it. And you can do it like all at once. Well, I'm not sure. Now, I think maybe I'll do another tutorial and we'll work with multiple pieces of items that are on it so that we can bring like a character with all of his clothes on, like his hat and his and a belt and all of these different items, and then work on them and then import the morphs one by one. And the way you would do that would be you'd go into here and you'd select the item and then import the morph from the OBJ file, and it will grab the morph for that particular item, I think. So you can bring your character fully clothed in, and you can turn items on and off and do the whole thing, then export the OBJ file and bring it into and then just import each morph on each item one by one, okay? I'm making this up as I go along, but I think that will work, okay? So that is, Angus, it's very nice of you to say hi to Habib. That's very sweet, Angus. Angus is my buddy. Angus is my #1 supporter. He is, I wouldn't be here I wouldn't be here talking to you right now online if it wasn't for Angus. Angus is the one of the biggest forces behind, besides YouTube, behind the Flock of Angels channel, this channel, my music channel, all of everything that RexRed is. So thank you, Angus. It's very nice. And Angus is here. He's been here for the last 4 hours. And he was there till about 1 o'clock in the morning last night when I was working on this. So I'm going to save this file, this Blender file, just in case I ever want to come back to it and mess with the morph. But I will reiterate that do not attach these morphs. Well, thank you, Habib, very much. Thank you very much for your thanks. And thank you for the like, Habib. So I'm going to reiterate, do not add these morphs to the item. Just add it to the item in your scene. Do not glue it to the item, okay? Because It's hard to get them unglued. And you need to take and bring the item in. You need to bring, every time you put clothes on, you're going to put them in a different pose. It's going to pull the clothes in a different way. And so you have to go in every time for a scene and readjust the clothing in Blender so that Blender is free. So the only thing stopping you from doing this is putting some time to learn Blender. Learn Diffeomorphic. You have to install Diffeomorphic. See, I didn't save this as an OBJ file. I just took my figure, clicked on him, and saved the DUF file and loaded that DUF file into Blender. I didn't have to do the OBJ. I didn't have to turn off smoothing. I didn't have to put a texture. I didn't have to delete his eyelashes. I didn't have to delete his mouth or eyeballs or anything like that. I just saved it as a DUF file and brought it with the clothing and all right into through Diffeomorphic. So you want to get, if you want to get this to learn to do this, you've got to look at videos online. I don't have any. I have some that I use Diffeomorphic, but I don't show you how to install it. So you got to go on YouTube and say, how do I install Diffeomorphic into Daz? And then follow the videos and work and work and work and work and work and work until you get it installed into Daz and are able to take your first figure into Daz and say, oh, and like what's nice is like I can take this, I can just click on save this whole scene and I can bring the whole scene. It will bring you're very welcome, Habib. You are very, very welcome. Now, I can just bring this whole scene, the lights, the sun, the HDRI, the library, his hair, his maybe not his hair. It's the only thing that I have Blender has trouble with certain new PBR textures, and they'll fix it eventually. It's I believe it's Blender that has the problem with it. I don't think it can deal with a certain kind of PBR texture. So if your hair won't import into Blender and you want to bring the whole scene into Blender, you just have to pick a wig and pick this wig or that hair and this hair and that hair until you find one that Blender displays and has no problem. You'll know it'll look fine, kinda, but when you go in to render it, there's like no hair there, and so that'll tell you that it's. And sometimes it'll cough up like a message saying that it can't load this. It's something like two node hair or something like that. I can't remember, but it's Blender can't deal with, and most of it's hair mostly from Genesis 9 and Genesis 8.1. So anything Genesis 8, usually it can load, okay? So, but it will bring the whole library in. It'll bring the background. It'll bring your distant lights. It'll bring your sun. It'll bring your HDRI. It'll bring the whole scene, boom, right into Blender in one click. So the thing is, oh yes, it is much, 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 much better than Daz Bridge, because it brings your pose in. It brings the whole scene in. And all you do is save it as a DUF file. Oh, yes. You want, I resisted Diffeomorphic, and if you've spent time trying to use Daz Bridge, you're smart because you learned a bunch of stuff, okay? You learned a lot about Blender. You learned a lot about bringing in Blender. And you do it the same way. I close Blender. But that you go and open that. the whole scene. It will bring the whole scene in one click. One click. You save it as a DUF file, and then you save another little file. So the first thing you want to do is look up videos and say, how do I install? And it's complicated. It'll take you a few days to get Diffeomorphic installed and working right. There's a long, very detailed list, and you'll think you can't do it, but you can. You can, Habib. You can do it. But once you forget about Daz Bridge for now. Daz Bridge has got probably about a year's worth of work before it's ready. Okay? Daz Bridge is, I thought, I wanted to use Daz Bridge because I thought it was associated with Daz Studio. And so I got it in my head thinking, I don't want this Diffeomorphic. And I went to their webpage and it looked kind of like blah. And, don't let that fool you. Diffeomorphic, and you install it. And what you do is you just go, well, I can't do it now because I'm rendering this. We're at 360. But you just go File and then send to, and do a Save As. And you just save your DUF file. Okay, and then you save this other little file that's part of it with the DUF file. And then you go into Blender, and the same place where you load, that little thing off on the side that you open up and you use the Daz Bridge, it'll be Diffeomorphic there. And you just open that little piece up and find the DUF file, you import it in your whole scene, everything in your scene. And the lights work, okay, in Daz to Blender Bridge. Metals don't work right. Lights don't work right. Glass doesn't work right. No, every single thing works right, except for some textures. And they're called dual lobe. Okay, I think that's what it's called. If it has something called a dual lobe texture on it, it won't work. So then you just go back to your Daz scene, and you take the hair off and put a different hair on, or you take the coat off or clothing. It'll usually tell you what piece of clothing it is or what it is that has this dual lobe texture. And eventually that will get fixed. That's the only, but you don't have to pose. It will bring your character already posed, everything already right into Blender. But you know what? I've been finding it's like really nice to be able to render it with Cycles Engine and everything. But I've been finding that I prefer the Daz render engine like a lot better than Cycles. And so all I want to do is use Diffeomorphic to bring my character in, fix their clothes, and then save that morph and put it on their clothes in Daz, and then slide the morph and fix their clothes and render my scene right in Daz, because then all my hair works, everything. Daz is where I want to render my stuff. I don't want to render it in Blender. I'm like quite sure of that. Yeah, but you see, the thing is again, the thing about rendering an animation in Blender is Blender does have, I believe, much more in-depth animation tools. So their animator and all of that stuff is top-notch. Where but the thing is, it's just I don't know for sure. I know how to animate, but I don't know. I have a suspicion that Blender has better animation tools. So it doesn't matter. And if you really want to animate something, you might do better just exporting them into Unreal. Okay, because Unreal is just like the only thing about Unreal is when you bring your stuff in, sometimes it looks a little like a game rather than like what this looks like here in Daz. This looks like a photograph. I mean, it looks like a movie or something. This looks quite real. It doesn't look like a video game. And so my advice, okay, is get Diffeomorphic working and do your renders. Animation isn't here yet because it's going to take, just to even make a 640 by 4, and you got 30 frames a second. You got and the animation tools aren't there in Daz. So I'm an animator at heart. I would rather animate than make scenes, but it's just not there yet. So I'm going to make scenes, okay? I'm going to make scenes like this, okay? And someday when animation comes, I'll open this up and I'll animate him coming down the stairs and going, kind of thing. I'll do that. I'll take this scene and animate it, or I just might let an AI animate the scene, okay? So I have the scene. It's ready. It's ready for animation. The character's there. Their hair's all there. Their clothing is there. We'll see. But, walking down the stairs, his clothing would have to flow with him. There's so much that's not there. Forget animation for a while. Okay? Make scenes. And what you want to do is get Diffeomorphic working. Bring your character in there with their clothes on. Smooth out. Watch this video over and over and over until it clicks. Okay, because I have shown you the best way. There's no video on YouTube better than my video right here. There's no video better than to explain how to make morphs and how to bring, because I've watched them, because I used them to kind of piece my video together. But nobody is they're all saying save your figure as an LWO light wave, and you have to turn off the skin, and you have to delete their eyelashes, and blah 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 blah, and you can't do certain you can't move certain things or around the neck and blah, blah, blah. The morphs on the bodies are different, but for clothing, we're talking about getting clothing to look natural. This is only the 4th or 5th clothing item that I done. I think I would have smoothed this out better and done stuff. So I left it crinkly on purpose, but I think I would have smoothed it out a little better the next time. So, but you live and you learn. So what you want to do is get Diffeomorphic working. Plan on doing your rendering in Daz. Okay? So just move your character into Blender, fix their clothes with the morphing, the smoothing and the grab tools. Move their clothes into the place you want them. Shape their clothing exactly how you want them. Then export that morph onto the clothes in Blender, in Daz. Export that morph out of, save it as an LWO file, and then import that clothing morph onto your clothes like I've taught in this video. And then do your render here in Daz. Okay? Daz has this awesome iRay engine. It works with all your PBR textures. No, I haven't tried the AI tool, and I may not be that big on trying the AI tool because I own 10,000 Daz models. Okay? So I pretty much own like the half of the Daz store. Okay? And so I like making my own scenes, and I don't want it's like, well, put my character in a library. It might be able to do a good job, but I just rather load the library in and set up my stuff here. And so they haven't given me access to the new Daz AI tool yet. And I can just bring in the clothing. I can bring in, if I wanted him dressed in a farmer's suit or whatever, I have it all, and I kind of know what I have. And I'm not just like asking an AI to make me a picture and, oh, that's pretty. It's something that I kind of like completely put together. I put the fog in the room, I put the clothing on, and so this is that's what we're at right now is the idea to take and fix your clothing in Blender. And this, if you noticed when I brought this clothing in, it was unusable because as soon as I put his arm up in the air, the clothing was wrecked, just completely wrecked. You can't just render that. You have to fix it. And so you take your character and you just bring them in. You could bring the whole scene and it doesn't matter because when you go out and you go to export, you click on the clothing, it's going to grab that morph out of that scene from that piece of clothing and put it in there. And then you go into the parameters list and there's that morph of you changing and fixing, and you just slide it across and boom, it's fixed. And it's ready to do your dForce. So that's how you do it. So you bring it in, you use Blender's smoothing and grab tools. You forget Mesh Grabber, unless it's something just tiny, little poke through or something. Other than that, you just want to just go in and fix stuff right in Blender. Blender is where you do it. Forget about Hexagon. Hexagon's out now. As long I've shown you how to use Diffeomorphic to bring your clothing into Blender. Yeah, I have two 3090 I have two 3090 NVIDIA 3090 graphics cards, and I have an 18-core Intel Extreme processor. So that's 36 threads. So I have, it's a late model 18-core Extreme Intel processor, and with two 3090s and an 18-core and 128 gigs of RAM, I'm still not feeling the animation thing, okay? It's still, I've gone in there, tried to animate stuff. My scene gets all sluggish. And then I think, well, I don't want to render this at like 640 by 480. I don't want this little teeny animation. I render this image. Right now, I'm rendering this image at 10,000 by 10,000. I mean, it's not by 10,000. It's like 10,000 by 8,000. I can't, do 30 pictures a second. I've been rendering for 38 minutes, and I'm up to frame. Oh, I have a 4 terabyte SSD. Yeah, I have a 4 terabyte SSD, and it's still got about a terabyte and a half left of space. So yeah, if you what you do is you start out with 1 terabyte until SSD until it gets filled, and then you you can copy that to another SSD. You copy your library, and then you have to go in and you have to really mess with the install manager and so what I do is you take your install manager and you take your camera and you go into every thing and you take a picture of like where all of your you want to do that kind of like now and you want to take a picture of where all of your paths to data, to everything, and to your programs, all that. Take a picture of every screen of the advanced kind of part of the install manager so that if you ever need to go back, if you ever need to put all your stuff on a larger drive, you can just copy it all to that drive. But then you have to take and go back in and reset up the install manager to link to all the different areas where the new data is. And so if you have a picture on your phone of all the paths and all the different screens in the install manager, then you have a roadmap to relink up all your data on a bigger drive. So I went from like a 500 gig SSD to a terabyte SSD, then to 2 terabyte SSDs, and now I'm at 4 terabytes, and I have like a terabyte and a half left. Let's see what I have left on my SSD. I mean, I have an 18 terabyte regular. I have a 12 terabyte drive. So this would be here. I have a 1.5 terabytes left on my Daz drive, and when that's full, I'm gonna cut my credit card in half and in little teeny pieces. And so yeah, I have a terabyte and a half left that I can buy Daz stuff. So yeah, and I have 960 assets. So I'm almost up to 1,000 assets that I have in my so yeah, the 3D, the AI stuff, it looks very interesting to me, but I'm thinking I don't have enough lifetimes to use what I have. And the animation is very interesting to me, but rendering an image at 10,000, one image that's been going for 42 minutes, and we're only up to 600 iterations, and I want this to go to at least 2,000, so that's another hour for one image. That's the sweet spot for me right now. I render everything at least 10,000 by like 8,000. Something like that. 16 by 9. So so that's the sweet spot, is creating a very detailed scene and rendering it really big so that I can always size it down and put it out on the web. But if I want to sell it on a bedspread or sell it on a tapestry or sell it on a poster, that 10,000, it's actually 13,000. 13,000 is big enough to make a shower curtain, put it on a shower curtain, or to put it on a king size bedspread. 13,000 pixels is what you need to put it on a bedspread without upsizing it. You're not supposed to upsize. When you put something on a bedspread, it's supposed to be natively 13,000 pixels. 13,000 by 13,000, something in around there. You can always size it down to fit the but you just can't. And 13,000 is like the limit. Nobody will take a picture bigger than that anyway. So, Yeah, so 13,000 by, 13, it should be the longest length of your image. So if it's landscape, then 13,000 should be the long side. And if it's portrait, then 13,000 should be the vertical length. So, yeah, I'm into the one picture kind of thing. One image, render it and get focused on what you do. Always make a piece of art. Did you notice that with the last driver made the task manager showing the right amount of GPU using? I haven't noticed that it was showing the wrong amount. My task manager, my Windows always shows the wrong amount of RAM. No matter what I put in, it always shows the wrong amount. I think that's only with Intel processors. It's kind of crazy, and they've never fixed it. Now, as in GPU sharing, it doesn't pool memory together. So don't buy an NVLink, okay? And don't think that you're going to buy two graphics cards and put them together. It doesn't work with Windows. It doesn't work with Linux. It doesn't work with anything. That whole NVLink is a big kind of scam. So you'll spend $80 on something that doesn't work. It doesn't work with AutoCAD. It doesn't work with Blender. It doesn't work. NVLink doesn't work with any 3D program on Windows, period. It doesn't work with any 3D program on Linux. Maybe something works. It doesn't work with Blender on Linux. It doesn't work. So don't plan on, if you buy two graphics cards, it doesn't matter that they're both the same, because they'll still share CUDA cores, okay? And all you're going to get is the sharing of CUDA cores. You can't share GPU RAM on Windows in any 3D program. So if you want 48 gigabytes of GPU RAM, you got to buy a card with 48 gigs of GPU RAM. And NVIDIA, it hasn't. The only cards that have that now are those big like $4,000 and $6,000 cards. And they're so. NVLink is like this thing that you plug on and it joins two. It's like SLI. It joins two graphics cards together, but there's no purpose of it because nothing makes use of it. So, and it's kind of weird because Windows pops up and Windows in the task manager says, "Oh, you have 48 gigs of pooled memory that nothing can use because Windows doesn't support it." Oh, it shows it, but it doesn't support it, and it won't support it because of something that's called paging, something to do with how Windows does page files, paging. I don't know, but NVLink doesn't work for anything. So yeah, SLI. That's what NVLink. SLI is for RTX, but the 3090 got rid of SLI and went with NVLink, and it's this little card that you place on it, and it links to two graphics cards together, and it's supposed to share the memory, the video memory, so you can make a bigger scene in your. It doesn't work. So if you buy two graphics cards, just make sure they both have the same amount of RAM, okay, so that they can both hold the scene together. So, I mean, you don't want one with 8 gigs of 8 gigabytes of video RAM and one with 16, okay? You want two with 16. So whatever you buy, if you buy 2 graphics cards, you don't need to link them together. You just make sure they both have the same amount of RAM, and that you have a very powerful. I have my power supply in my computer is 16,000 watts. I mean, yeah, 1,600 watts. Yeah, 1,600 watts is the power supply in my computer, and I'm broadcasting through 2 computers. I have another computer that is a streaming computer that has an AMD chip in it, and it's got a 1080 Ti in it. So yeah, so this is it. We're almost up to 1,000. So I'm going to let you go. Habib, thank you very much for coming in and hanging and talking and asking questions and being your awesome, curious self. You are a very, very friendly and awesome friend. So take care, Angus. You take care. Have a lovely evening. And we're going to play a little bit of polka music. So I'm going to say goodbye for now. Thank you for watching. Go back, watch this. Find videos on YouTube and learn how to install Diffeomorphic, okay? And once you get it installed and working, then you can watch my videos on how to use Diffeomorphic, okay? Bye-bye, Angus. You have a good one, too. Take care, my friend. Talk with you. Lots of love in the hinterlands, okay? With all the critters in the beautiful countryside. Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you very much, Habib. I'll see you later, too. Bye-bye. Bye. You guys are awesome. Thanks to YouTube. Thank you, YouTube, for allowing me to put this awesome video out for people that I know this is going to be a big, big help for people. All right. Take care. Happy computing. Happy rendering. Bye-bye. Rex Red, this is EZ3DTV saying so long for now.